Morning,
Morning,
Mr.
Judge.
Lee.
How are you, Judge?
Tired.
I hear you.
It's been the slog.
As I said yesterday, this is the most difficult job I've ever taken for the PRC.
Yeah.
You guys do a good job though, because I couldn't do my job if you didn't sort of sledgehammer this into some kind of rhythm everybody can deal with. So you've done a very good job.
Thank you. Yeah. Testament to Mr. Medeiros. He's been doing it a while.
It's nice to work with seasoned people.
Yep. I'm going to admit everybody.
Go ahead. Morning, Judge.
Morning, Mr. Lee. How are you?
Good. You?
Good, thank you. Before we start, Mr. Ryan, do we have commissioners yet?
No. There he is. Commissioner Ellison is joining now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Albright, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just a preliminary question here. I apologize for having missed yesterday afternoon, but I was at a meeting with the county commissioners, as I had previously mentioned. So my apologies for that. I was going to request, if it's still available, and I don't know if it is or not, but I had 5 minutes reserved for staff witness Georgette Ramey. And I'd like to move that to Miss Crane if I could, which would mean I wouldn't have any cross for Miss Ramey on Monday if she is still scheduled to go on Monday. And I could complete that with 5 minutes with Miss Crane this morning on issues that have come up.
So that wipes out the time with Ms. Ramey today and gives you 5 minutes with Ms. Crane, right?
That is correct.
Okay, done. Ms. Ramey will go today, though, hopefully.
Okay, and were there any other staff witnesses that I still had time? I think Ms. DeShano was on, but I had to leave for my meeting with the commissioners. So that's gone. Is Mr. Malden still scheduled?
No, they testified yesterday.
Okay, then I'll just have the 5 minutes with Ms. Crane. So thank you very much.
Right. The only staff witness that didn't testify yesterday was Ms. Ramey.
Okay, that would be great. If I could transfer those 5 minutes to Ms. Crane, I'd really appreciate it.
It's already done, Mr. Albright.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, are you ready?
Yes,
Of course, you're ready. The question is whether I'm ready. All right. Good morning. Welcome to the 12th and potentially final day of hearings in this PNRA case 22-0027-UT. We have a lot to get through if we're going to make this our final day of the hearings. So I'd like to move right into the presentation of our special witnesses who are back with us this morning for additional testimony on discrete issues. So if we could, if there's nothing else preliminary to get to, could PNM, Ms. Twilliger, could you please recall your witness who's already been sworn?
Yes. I recall Kyle Sanders to the stand. Mr. Sanders, you've been previously sworn, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I tender Mr. Sanders for commissioner questions.
Thank you, Ms. Twilliger. Good morning, Commissioner Ellison.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Medeiros. Good morning, everyone. I did have one housekeeping matter to raise. Has the BB2 line case been, I guess, has there been administrative notice of of the BB2 line case, which I believe is 18-243.
It's unnecessary to take administrative notice of the case. Judicial notice, pursuant to the judicial notice doctrine, notice of law doctrine, that case is considered within the ken of what the commission can review as far as the case. Now, as far as the bench request that you asked, that's a separate matter. If you're talking about the bench request and PNM's response.
So the record, the testimony in that 18-243 case is essentially a part of what we're dealing with now.
Not the testimony, no, sir. The testimony would require us going through the process that we did with administrative notice for the 16-276 prudence issue. And we did not, I wasn't aware that we were supposed to do that. Yeah.
Well, I guess, my concern here is that, I understand in that 18-243 case that the commission granted the CCN for the line, but chose not to make a final determination on the on how the cost recovery would take place, and so my understanding is that therefore that issue must be considered here. Is that correct?
I believe that's what we're considering here. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
my concern is that there.
and by the way, folks, if I'm mistaken, somebody should point it out to me, but I believe that's the case. And what I'm going to add something to this is, as we've gone along in this so-called monster rate case, there have been issues that potentially have been resolved. And so in briefing, we're going to expect you to identify, as I have in the past, identify those issues that have been resolved and also specify your positions on all contested issues at the beginning of the briefs. This has been done in the past. If you look back at how you briefed to me before, that has been done. So some of the issues potentially, or a few, have been resolved as we've gone along. That should be specified. And also contested issues, statement of the positions, the party's position, your position, and your opponent's position on the issue, because there's a lot of crossfire here. Not everybody's opposed on the issues. And so this BB2 issue is certainly an object lesson there. Go ahead, Commissioner Ellison. Do you have a question?
So I guess I'm wondering, can we still take administrative notice of this BB2 line case such that the record is incorporated in this case and can be referred to?
We can take notice of the commission's orders, final order, and the recommended decisions in the case that were addressed in the order. But as far as the actual evidence, the testimony in the case, that would require us to go into the record and pull out the testimony and take administrative notice of that pursuant to Rule 35. So, but the commission's decision is subject to the judicial notice of law, as is the recommended decision if that recommended decision was approved by the commission.
And the recommended decision as well.
As well, unless, as in the case of, and you'll notice in 16-276, the certification of stipulation on the issue of prudence that the commission unfortunately first approved unanimously and then turned around on reconsideration or rehearing voted against 3-2. That we couldn't take administrative notice of because the commission essentially rendered that finding of it on the issue of prudence a nullity. So as long as, that, because oftentimes what happens with the final order is that the commission simply adopts the recommended decision, and therefore the recommended decision is the order of the commission. It's incorporated by reference
Well,
and made the law. So
we could have a similar issue here in that 18-243, there was a final order which adopted the recommended decision. And then after the final order, there was another order which only adopted some measures of it, such as the CCN determination, but did not adopt the cost recovery treatment of that recommended decision.
So that would be reflected in the final order that the cost recovery wasn't, and that the cost recovery hopefully is being addressed in this case. Hearing examiner Ryan, does any of this ring a bell in the record from this case?
Just looking now, Mr. Sanders' testimony on the subject. I mean, it's 2 pages in length. So
Yeah,
I guess I would defer.
There's
to-
very
to-
scant testimony in this case on this particular issue, which concerns me that there, is a whole record on this particular issue in 18-243, and there's almost nothing in this case.
Well, Commissioner Ellison, this is the first I'm aware that I'm sorry, there's just so much in the case, right, to address. And so one way or the other, we're going to get this addressed. It may require, after the hearing, looking at what parts of the record you may want, or we may want admitted from 18-243, if any, and therefore we'll take care of it. The problem there is that the parties may request additional cross-examination pursuant to Rule 35 on anything that we add to the record, but we will add what we need to the record, rest assured. If you have documents that you'd like to discuss with Mr. Sanders today from that case, we could pursue it that way as well. We could attempt to pursue it that way as well.
Okay.
But we will make the record, rest assured.
Okay. Is Mr. Gray also available?
He was supposed to be on standby. Is that right, Mr. Williger?
That is correct. Yes. He is on standby.
I was just thinking it could be more efficient to have him first, given the nature of some of my questions. Is that possible?
Well, we had intended to put Mr. Sanders on first, and then if he will punt to the extent that he cannot answer the questions. I mean, we have testimony on this issue, broadly speaking, for Mr. Sanders, Mr. Gray, and then Ms. Chan has some broader testimony about the benefits of the data center and generally the network resources. So we have those folks who provided testimony on this. So we had intended, since Mr. Sanders is sort of the lead witness on this, for him to go first, and then he can punt if that is okay, acceptable with you, Commissioner.
That's fine. I'm just, we'll I guess see what happens with some of these questions.
Fair enough.
Mr. Gould is trying to interject. Sir, go ahead.
Respectfully, the status of the current record is that this is the allocation of the BB2 line is not a contested issue. Mr. Sanders filed his testimony and no party disagreed with that testimony. So,
and respectfully, Mr. Gould, that doesn't mean the commission can't take an issue, look at the issue, can it?
no, I think that they look at the issue on the record in this case, not borrow from a record. In another case, we would object to borrowing from a record from another case unless we reopen the hearing on this issue. We didn't have any notice that this was going to be a contested issue. No party took a exception to Mr. Sanders' allocation proposal. So this would be an issue about which we had no notice, and it would be a due process violation to bring in.
Rest assured, Mr. Gould, it will not be a due process violation. I think, were you listening to me when I was saying that if we need to take administrative notice and reopen the record, we will, which subjects to further cross-examination? So I think it's a premature objection.
It wouldn't just be cross-examination. It would be the ability of parties to supplement the record with our support for the proposed allocation and PNM's testimony. So I'll rest my objection at that point. Thank you.
But that your objection is noted, and you at this late point in the game, you know, it is disconcerting, but the commission will do what the commission needs to do on these issues. So I hear you, and you can hear it in my voice as well, probably. So let's move forward with Mr. Sanders. Commissioner Ellison, do you have anything to add before we move to Mr. Sanders?
Nothing other than, you know, this is obviously a very complicated case with a lot of moving parts. So, you know, I certainly didn't intend to catch anyone off guard here, but this is a matter which, if you recall, in 18-243, the matter was punted to the next rate case. And so I think it's entirely appropriate to want to understand why this particular allocation has been proposed, which runs contrary to the original recommended decision in 18-243.
Okay, well, we'll have to sort it out, because apparently, and I'm not hearing anything different from PNM or anyone else, this was an uncontested issue that didn't go through the full vetting of this sausage factory of a rate case. So we'll deal with it on the fly, and the rest assured the parties' due process interests will be vindicated, whatever handling this issue is given.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. Thanks for appearing again. I appreciate your indulgence. This BB2 line, what was the primary purpose of this line?
So I believe there was kind of capacity constraints or congestion within our transmission system. And as the, wind development kind of up on the eastern side of the state has developed and bloomed, in order to connect those wind developments into our system and through our system, ultimately for some of them, we needed to increase capacity on the transmission system.
So was the issue capacity constraints in the transmission system, or was it more of a desire to bring additional wind capacity to the system, to the PNM system?
So I guess I would think that those are kind of one and the same. There is a desire to bring the additional renewable and wind energy onto our system to serve customers, retail customers. And that in order to do that, we did identify that we had constraints on our system and, could not facilitate that. And so you needed to increase the capacity on the system to achieve that. So I don't know that that's one or the other. I think they're one and the same and working together.
I'm going to ask Mr. Gray that same question, if you don't mind. Who is the La Jolla 2 power purchase agreement? Who is that with?
Ooh, La Jolla 2. So I'm honestly not sure which one's La Jolla 2 and which one's La Jolla 1. I believe one of them is 166 megawatts, and that is for a PPA specific to the special service contract for rate 36B. And then the other piece is 140 megawatts. I think that might be La Jolla 2. And that is intended to serve and meet our RPS standards under our renewable portfolio. And I apologize, I'm just not sure which one's La Jolla 1 and which one's La Jolla 2. But
But
those
aren't they with Avangrid Renewables?
I believe that is the producer. Yes.
So I think, and you can correct me here, that La Jolla 2 is the 140 megawatt project that is with Facebook. And then La Jolla 1 is the 166 megawatt project. And that is PNM is purchasing that power for system-wide benefit. Is that correct?
I believe those two are flipped. I believe the 140 megawatt capacity one, which I think is La Jolla 2, is for the RPS, and the 166.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I'll ask Mr. Gray on that question. I realize you didn't prepare for this particular issue. And so the split 46% recovery as a system transmission asset and 54% as a FERC regulated transmission fees. Is that correct?
Yes, so we use a 12 CP of our overall transmission system to develop that allocator. I think it's 45.75 of our total transmission system gets allocated to our retail customers, and then 54.25% goes to our FERC transmission customers.
And so can you explain to me, so those numbers seem consistent with, 100, so we have a total of 306 megawatts, correct, for these two wind farms, the 140 plus the 166, right? And then so if 140 is going to Facebook and you're calling that retail customers, then 140 divided by 306 gets you your 45.75 or whatever the number is, correct?
So I would think that's just a matter of convenience or coincidence that those two contracts work out that way. That is not how the 45.75 is developed. It looks at our overall transmission capacity, not specific to any one line, where it takes our retail portion of that on a 12 CP. So that's our 12 coincident peak, highest points for every month. The retail share, our network transmission customers, which are a portion of FERC, some of the FERC grandfather agreements that we have, as well as our long-term point-to-point customers. And then we average those 12 CP, 12-month CP to develop the overall allocator for our system. And so if the split between those contracts that you said are close, I believe that's just a matter of convenience. And I would point out that from my perspective, the Meta and all of that is a retail customer, and their load would be included in our overall retail load, similarly as the RPS portion of that. They are.
Well, the numbers seem a little too close to be a coincidence. It's you said 45.75, and I think it's coming out at exactly that. I mean, we can.
So I have an exhibit filed with my direct testimony It's within P&M Exhibit KTS4 work paper allocators that details the 12 CP calculation I just spoke through, which goes through all of our changes to the percentages of usage on our entire transmission system.
Okay, I'm just saying that if you divide 140 by 306, you get exactly 45.75, which seems a little too much of a coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that. I've never even tried to do that math, to be honest with you. So, I mean, the one piece of math I had done was by taking the 166 over the full 362 of the BB2 line, not isolating just those two pieces, which would be 45.86. Again, close, but that's just a pure matter of mathematical convenience. And it is not the basis of the allocation of costs of our transmission system. That is supported in P&M Exhibit KTS4 work papers allocator.
Okay. 140 divided by 362 is 38.9. So I'm still not sure about the math here, but
I'm sorry, I was using the 166 because
the 166. Okay.
Right, I do actually believe that is the Meta contract, and the 140 is the RPS compliance.
Okay. I'll ask some more about that. I'm not certain of that. I wanted to ask about the FERC tariff portion. So what portion of the flow is considered FERC tariff, and how was that rate treatment arrived at?
So as I was just discussing, I don't look at it on a asset by asset specific treatment by any means, as the transmission system functions as a whole. And so that's where we create an overall allocation of our costs between retail and FERC, which is in that work paper allocator that I was just discussing.
And what does it mean to be allocated to FERC?
To FERC, so we have FERC transmission customers, like network service transmission customers, as well as long-term point-to-point customers that utilize our transmission system as well. And so those customers are allocated a portion of the costs of our transmission system. Those are charged through our OAT, our Open Access Transmission Tariff. Sorry, Mr. Lee, I kind of stuttered there. Open Access Transmission Tariff. And those are charged through that either from, like I said, a network integration transmission service, NHTSA rate, or our long-term point-to-point rates, or our point-to-point rates. And those are charged to those customers through that. And that is a rate that is approved by FERC through our annual FERC formula filings.
And so would that be other wind capacity? Because I guess this line parallels the BB line, correct? And so would those FERC customers be owners of the wind capacity who want to transmit the power?
Some definitely are, like the long-term point-to-point customers I was just speaking to. Those are definitely wind developers. You have, I think I'm trying to remember off the top of my head here. There's like Grady Wind Farm, El Cabo, Leeward's a new one that just came on. And those are wind developers that are out there that do use our transmission system as a whole. And they paid their portion through those FERC tariffs. There are also customers that are network service customers that use it. Some other municipalities within the state that source their own generation and have their own distribution. but utilize our system as a network transmission to deliver their power into their load pockets are other portions of our FERC customers.
And so you're saying that based on this 12 coincident peak calculation, you've determined that approximately 54% of the use of this transmission line is are those power flows?
Yes, the 54.2 FAR is related to those power flows. Absolutely.
I see. Okay, and so that, and so, you know, maybe I should ask this to Mr. Gray, but that would be the power flows on that line in a year. Could you say that 54% of the power flow on that line in a year is for customers, either, you know, other wind farms getting to market or transiting the system, and 45.8% or are going to retail, P&M retail customers, or a single retail customer?
I want to be careful by saying, because you said that line, and when I'm discussing it, I am trying to talk of the transmission system as a whole, as that's how the delivery of the overall system would work. I don't know which wind farm is necessarily, you know, perfectly flowing an electron on a specific line or system of that. But in a given year, yes, that reflects the average overall usage of our transmission system as a whole between retail and FERC.
Okay, so I guess I misunderstood. The 46-54 split is not this particular BB2 line. It's the transmission system as a whole.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And so, you know, the math, it's a convenience thing, but I'm looking at the overall flows on our complete transmission system to create that allocation of all transmission costs based on the overall usage of our complete system.
Okay, I misunderstood. Then it was indeed a very interesting coincidence that calculation worked out to be the same. Do you know about the flows on this particular line?
You know, I really don't. I know that the line was created because I believe the BB1 original line had constraints within it. And so to say one farm's using BB1 versus one is using BB2, I don't know would be a correct assumption, as they're all kind of tied into those same capacities. And I don't know that where the line is situated is really a start or an end point of reservations on the line, being that it goes from, I think, Klein's Corners to like Algodonias. Most of those wind farms are, you know, either selling into our load pockets for contracts they have with us, which is obviously not at either of those 2 points of Klein's Corners or Algodonias, or selling on into the more Western markets within Arizona and California and those markets, which are obviously beyond those points as well. And so it's hard for me to say on this line, this is what's flowing on any given day or any given time, just because it's not really even how our reservations on the system work, are not a line by line specific to that matter.
In let's say that one of the La Jolla wind contracts is for your overall system and helps to meet your RPS standards, and the other does not. Would you consider both of them to serve retail customers?
Yes, absolutely. They are all retail customers.
Okay. That's great. And I think that's good enough for me to go on. So that's all the questions I have at this time.
Excellent.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Does anyone else here assembled have just a few minutes of questioning for Mr. Sanders on this issue? Because I left open the possibility for the parties to do some questioning. Mr. Gould, you have your finger up.
Yes, sir. I have
Before-
two questions, but I'll defer to Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to, for purposes of the clarity of the record, and Ms. Terwelliger can contribute to the discussion if needed as well. I'm just going through Mr. Monroy's compliance statement. It's HEM 2. That tracks all of the cases and what the commission, what the company's doing to comply with the varying orders in the case. I don't see any reference to the 18. It is 343. Is that correct?
243.
243. Mr. Sanders, I mean, did you?
That doesn't
I'm not sure.
necessarily mean it's not an uncontested issue, but
It's just, how do we get here is my question effectively. And there's a comprehensive list of what the company's doing with all these cases, but I just don't see, oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I do. In the matter of P&M application. Okay. That's all.
and what does
Thank
it
you.
say, hearing examiner Ryan?
It's too much to do now. There's a page of tiny boxes in 10-point font. I'd have to look at it.
And could you cite the page, please?
Yeah, it's P&M exhibit HEM-2, page 19 of 40.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's it.
Mr. Gould, Mr. Gould, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Ellison, Commissioner Ellison, for your questions. I have a couple of maybe 3 or 4 questions for Mr. Sanders to clarify some of his testimony. You were asked by Commissioner Ellison about, and there was some confusion about whether it was La Jolla 1 or La Jolla 2, but let's forget that. One of the contracts was entered into through Rate Rider 47 pursuant to the obligation or that Meta has undertaken to cover 100% of its load with at the data center. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
But that contract is not with, that actual delivery contract is with Avangrid Renewables, right?
I believe so. I believe that's who runs and owns the La Jollas.
And Meta pays the complete cost of that contract, does it not?
That is my understanding.
But that when that energy is poured onto the system, it is regarded just like the RPS energy as energy for the entire system. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, once energy is on, obviously we don't track the flow of specific electrons by any means, and it becomes system resource energy.
And your system is what would be called a synchronous system, isn't it? All parts of your transmission system are tied together and the electrons flow where the load is. Is that a fair statement?
So I've never heard the term synchronous system. The what you described, yes, it's correct. As would be correct. It is a complete system that is tied together through loopings in that nature.
So the BB2 at any one moment can be carrying electrons from a gas plant on PNM system or Palo Verde or the Four Corners. Those electrons go where they need to go. Is that a fair statement?
You're getting well beyond a financial analyst but yes, my understanding, you don't track electrons once they're on the system. They flow as they flow. And I would agree. I don't know where all those are and how all that. So.
Okay, I'll move along. Under your OAT tariff, everyone, including the retail customers, pay for their usage of the entire transmission system on a demand basis, right?
So I want to answer yes to your question because I understand what you're trying to ask, but I do want to be clear. Under the OAT tariff, that is charging FERC customers, and that is where their rates are established.
Okay.
The retail customers, as you said, including retail customers, their portion of the transmission system and their payment of that is established through rate cases and through a base rate, a portion of their base rates. And so, yes, our FERC transmission OAT takes into consideration the 12 CP, we use the same methodology to allocate costs between the FERC OAT and the retail portions of the whole transmission system to ensure those are consistent. However, the OAT, as you said, does not necessarily charge retail. That is handled through here. Similar methodology, same function of allocation of costs, but we don't establish the retail rate through the FERC OAT.
I understand that. It was a really poor question and you elucidated the answer, but all retail customers are assigned their responsibility for your total transmission system through your retail transmission rates. That is essentially what happens, right?
Yes, that is the use of our 12 CP allocator, is to allocate the costs.
And
the retail portion.
And you basically assign those costs on a customer class by customer class basis.
Yeah, so P&M Witness Casas performed that within his analysis. I believe for purposes of that, they use a transmission 3 summer 1 winter allocator, but similar methodology to then allocate the retail portion that we've been discussing to each individual customer class.
Okay, and that occurs whether there's one customer in the class or 450,000.
Yes, it is based on, like I said, the 3 summer one, so coincident peak analysis of wet as well. So the usage of that class on the system during that peak creates the percentage allocation, independent of number of customers within a class.
So if you've done that allocation correctly, everybody pays their fair share according to the demand they put on the system.
That is always the goal in our allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Appreciate it.
Mr. Nazi, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. Good morning. First, I wanted to ask you, are we limited to only questions about the BB2, or can we ask questions about Exhibit 1 to bench request number 2? Just so you know, that's what Mr. Sanders called the accrual rate bench request.
Both. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. Could you please open up that document, accrual rate bench request?
For the record, hang on just a second. I'll pause you for a second because I want to clarify what I did there last night. I believe that's bench request. That's related to bench request 2, right?
Yes, sir. That's Exhibit 1 to bench request 2. We could open that up as well first, if that's what you'd prefer. Happy to do that.
If you've not, I don't know if you've noticed in Dropbox, but there are now 6, well, there are 7 exhibits now in Dropbox under commission exhibits that I populated last night. And that, Hearing Examiner Ryan, could you pull up that commission exhibit 1 work paper, please? I believe
This is
that's
the
document.
Excel spreadsheet.
Right, I just put that in there because this is timely. That will probably, in a few minutes, we'll seek admission of this. This is.
Just want to
yeah,
confirm that, is this the one?
No, that's
Yes, sir.
bench request 3.
that's
Oh.
3. What?
I have it. If you want me to share it, I have it up.
Well, just hold on a second. So
It says PNM, according to PNM, wasn't it PNM response BR2?
It's down where your hand.
this one?
Right there. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I just clicked the wrong document.
Oh yeah, that's the one I had open. I'm sorry. Yes. So
I
you
just
could
clicked
see,
the wrong document. That's all.
so you could see anticipating some of this. We're still awaiting one, right, Ms. Twilliger? One bench request response that may,
We should,
correct?
bench request 9 is ready. It should be filed this morning. Yes.
Okay, because I'll need to potentially, I need to review it. Hearing Examiner Ryan I need to review it and potentially seek admission before the end of the day, or if we carry on into next week, which is now potentially going to happen then. But in any event, is that the document you wanted up, Ms. Nanazi?
Yes, but is it possible if I could do it so that I can show what I'd like to ask about?
Yeah, I mean, well, Mr. Welliger.
Or,
May I ask a question? I guess I thought that when there were questions as to Ben, I mean, obviously hearing examiner, if you, I guess, did Miss Nanazi give notice that she was going to ask questions on this today and I just missed an email? Or I thought that these were questions on these were supposed to come sometime after we filed them. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm sorry.
Well, whatever it is, she has 5 minutes on
Okay.
this.
can I share my screen, sir?
Sure.
You may.
Thank you. Let me know if you're seeing what Mr. Hearing Examiner Ryan had just had up. Do you see this, Mr. Sanders and everybody else?
I do. I see it.
Okay. So what I wanted to ask you, sir, is that first, could you please tell us for the record, what is an accrual rate?
So to clarify, I mean, I'll do my best here, but this is actually part of Dane Watson's portion of that response. The only portion of the bench request response I sponsored was the table within the written that showed the impact of pushing these accrual rates through the cost of service and the impact on the overall revenue requirement. So I am probably not the most qualified person to speak to what is included in here and what those are intended to represent. But like I said, I will do my best because at a high level, I do understand. But as we get to any specifics, I will not be the proper person if that's fair.
Okay.
And we won't be recalling any other witnesses because this would have been way too late to start asking about this because this had been filed a long time ago. So go ahead.
So I think your question was what an accrual rate is. And I think on purposes of this, it would be basically synonymous with depreciation rate that we use to calculate depreciation expense.
And so I see here that there's a number of different accounts, sometimes with the same name, like on line 13, there says Four Corners. On line 16, it says Four Corners. On line 20, it says Four Corners 23, et cetera, correct?
Absolutely. Those are specific FERC plant accountings. I don't know the specifics of anyone off the top of my head, but such that a broiler may book to a different FERC account, such as like, you know, one of those, a 311, 312, 314, whereas, you know, some other form of equipment within a plant, I don't even know what all the equipment is, maybe an air compressor or something, books to a separate one of those based on FERC guidance.
Okay. And so the difference between column J and column K is column G.
Okay.
Column G and column K is column G is what your current depreciation rate is for those various accounts. And column K is what your proposal in this case will change to be. Is that right?
Based on looking at the exhibit, that would be my understanding. I mean, I haven't tried to tie out any one of those rates or anything of that measure on this. And so reading the columns, yes. But like I said, I haven't tried to tie out a single rate to current versus proposed on this. So I'm not positive or 100%.
Okay, I want to go down here to La Luz for a second. And that's, for instance, that's 341 and 342.
I do want to, one thing, just, I apologize. I do not mean to interrupt, but as I remember what the purpose of this bench request was, I don't think my previous response was fair. Because I believe we proposed separate rates than would be what's in the proposed column on this bench request. As I believe this bench request was for us to calculate what the rate would be on those gas plants had we not shortened the lives. And so where it says proposed rate, I do not actually believe that that would be our proposed rate in this case. This was prepared in response to a bench request.
Okay, I only have less than a minute, so let me just ask you this question. So when you had, let's say in column G, La Luz, 2.50% for line 81, and now you have 2.72%. The reason this number went up, which it does for all the gas plants and all those accounts related to the gas plants, it went up because you're aligning. Is it true that you're aligning the depreciation rate with the end of use, current end of use rate? Is that right?
On this exhibit, no. Because the purpose of this exhibit and what was requested was to keep the terminal dates the same as they currently are assumed in our rates. So the changes in rates for those such as the La Luz you just point out is going to be to the other factors that impact depreciation rates, such as interim retirements, net salvage activity, and things of that nature. Dane Watson would be the one that could explain what all those are that impact any individual rate. But from this exhibit that you are looking at here, on those gas plants, any change, increase, or decrease has nothing to do with the change in terminal life, as the bench request was requested and asked to keep the terminal lives the same as current to to calculate the impact of that shortening of the lives as a specific element in the depreciation rate.
That's all my time with you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Anybody have any further questions for Mr. Sanders? Hearing Examiner Ryan, Commissioner Ellison, before
No,
we go
thank
to
you.
redirect. Redirect, Mr. Williger?
Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Sanders, just a few questions for you based on your questions, primarily from Commissioner Ellison, but perhaps from Mr. Gould too. So just to recap before I kind of hit the question that I think might be an important one for you to answer is that how much are retail customers paying in terms of the total cost of the BB2 line in a percentage basis? You don't have to give me the numbers.
That would be the 45.75. Let me just double check. There's so many. Yes, 45.75%.
Okay. And that's based on an allocation that's calculated for the whole transmission system, not specific to that BB2 line. Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you tell me how retail customers, even though they pay only 45% of that line, how they have benefited from the BB2 line, if you can?
Sure. I mean, there's a multitude of ways. At a very simplistic view, that line has opened up additional short-term point-to-point transactions, of which all revenue collected on that is passed back to customers on that same 45-75 split as a revenue credit to reduce cost to customers. And more specific or more significantly, as stated in my direct testimony, the additional contract for the Leeward Renewable Development, I briefly touched on it this morning as well. That was a 145 megawatt wind development contract transmission service agreement that came out of that same region. And when they requested the transmission service and we did the system impact study on that, one of the first critical elements that was identified in the transmission impact study was the BB2 line that facilitated that contract to be able to be served. And why that's an Oak customer, that significant contract coming on as part of that 12 CP shifted approximately $3.5 million of the overall transmission revenue requirement to FERC wholesale and away from retail, lowering that allocated percentage within our retail. And so retail customers benefit from that, being able to open up the capacity on the system. and, bring on more of those wind developer customers that are coming through the system to allocate costs away from retail of our total system.
And so generally speaking, those benefits to retail customers, and I think you've stated this, they benefit the system as a whole, though. I mean, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so are there any circumstances in which PNM might directly assign the cost associated with a line to a retail customer? Does that ever occur?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Are there any circumstances where PNM will directly assign the cost of a line to a retail customer or to a wholesale customer, I guess, for that matter?
From a retail customer perspective, I don't know. That I've never seen it, and I'm not aware of a time. There are certain cases, like for a radio line type thing, where that line is maybe direct or is treated as a direct assign to all of retail, but we generally don't parse out neighborhoods and load pockets within our system and create separate rates. But radio lines are treated because they do not loop, they do not complete a system. Those may be allocated like direct to retail as a whole. From a FERC transmission, we do have a few that are directly allocated to FERC transmission customers. The Western Spirit line is one of them. That goes through a fairly rigorous FERC review process that determines that the cost of that line based on the need of that customer creating the need of the investment is greater than our system as a whole pretty much. And so it should be direct assigned to that FERC customer. But that generally has never applied and does not apply to retail.
That customer being the Corona Wind Companies or Pattern Energy?
Pattern, that's the name of it. I've never heard Corona Wind Company, sorry. But Pattern, yes, that is
Those are the operating subsidiaries.
Which, okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think Patterns maybe even split that up somehow. I'm not really sure how they do all their business.
So,
Excuse me, Ms. Twilliger. Mr. Sanders, are you saying radio line or radial line?
Radial, RADIAL, radial.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
And of all those circumstances, or of the circumstances you sort of went through, how you would direct assign at least to wholesale transmission customer, you don't think, or do you think that applies at all to the BB2 line?
I do not. I mean, I think I've tried to be fairly clear that I do believe the BB2 line benefits our complete transmission system as a whole and has provided great benefits to all of our retail customers. And has served the function to help meet RPS, to deliver power to our customers, as well as provide allocation shifting by being able to bring additional wholesale customers onto our system and allocate costs of our system away from retail. It's, I think, given all of that, even under FERC regulation, they would state that it wouldn't meet the standards of any direct assign or incremental rate is what it's called at FERC, an incremental rate. And it would not meet that standard for FERC either.
Thank you, hearing examiner, for allowing me that time. That's all my questions.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Twilliger. Mr. Sanders, I'll just give ultimately the commissioner one last chance if the commissioner has anything to ask further. Mr. Allison?
Sorry, no thanks, not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, thank you so much again for coming back and for your testimony. Later on in the day, or maybe early next week, we'll be issuing an order that requests that you be one of our technical advisors as we get closer to issuing our recommended decision. So we look forward to working with you as one of our the hearing examiner's advisors in this case.
I look forward to it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Great. You're excused.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So do I gather we need to call Mr. Gray? I think that was Commissioner Ellison's request. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Mr. Alvitris and I will, he is the attorney defending Mr. Gray. So We'll just need to do a
Thank
quick
you.
search here. Thank you.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to request, I've uploaded PNM's response to bench request 2. Ms. Nazi cross-examined on the work paper, which is exhibit 1 to commission, to the bench request 2, which is marked as commission exhibit 1 and is included in the Dropbox folder and exhibit exchange under as labeled commission exhibit 1, PNM response 5th of September 2023 to bench request 2. And it includes in the Dropbox folder that executable work paper. And so that's labeled commission exhibit 1. Is there any objection to the admission of commission exhibit 1?
No objection.
Hearing no objection, commission exhibit 1 is admitted.
It's just so I understand. So is it the bench request itself? I know I didn't object, but it's the bench request itself, bench request 2, and the exhibit that you've uploaded as commission exhibit 1. Is that what you?
Well, it just includes the response, which quotes, if you look in the Dropbox folder, it doesn't include the whole, the bench request obviously is part of the record. What is the evidence is PNM's response to it.
I just don't have ready access to Dropbox on any of these computers. So
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I can await PNM's position until you have a chance to review the document.
Well, we have no objection at all for bench request 2 and exhibit 1 to it coming in. I just wanted to make sure I understood because I couldn't see it.
Yeah, and while we were addressing it, I noticed the typo. I had it labeled incorrectly, so I had to go back and delete it and upload it again with the right labeling of commission exhibit 1. So in any event, commission exhibit 1 is now part of the record, evidence of record in this case. Okay, great. Morning, Mr. Alvidrez.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Commissioners, colleagues.
Would you please recall your next witness?
Yes, pursuant to the instructions of the Commission, we recall Wes Gray as a witness who has been sworn already and is still under oath, as I understand it.
That's correct. Mr. Allison?
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Morning, Commissioner.
Appreciate your coming back to answer a few additional questions. I think I mentioned last time that I have some questions around the BB2 line. Mr. Medeiros, may I be allowed to share my screen?
Yes, of course.
Let's see if I can find the. Let's see. Are you able to see this this map?
Yes.
Yes, I just like to have some feel for the asset that we're talking about. This is a map that was in the original PNM application for the BB2 line, which is case 18248. And I see here that it does parallel the existing BB line. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And can you tell me why this BB2 line was built?
Absolutely. Back in the 2017 timeframe, the BB1 transmission path was fully subscribed. And what I mean by that is PNM bringing energy into our retail load centers to serve load. We reserve capacity on our transmission network. And then wholesale customers who are just using PNM's transmission network to move energy from their generation sources to other sources outside of PNM's footprint had fully reserved the capacity on the BB1 transmission line. And it facilitated the need due to some large generator interconnection requests for transmitting energy from the Kleins Corners substation, there north of Kleins Corners, New Mexico, to the Four Corners substation outside of Farmington, which would be their point of connection to the western part of the grid. So as those large generator requests came in, PNM, under its open access transmission tariff, started looking at what we could do to reduce the constraint on that line and provide more throughput capacity from east to west.
And that existing BB line, apart from the FERC OATT usage, would the rest of that primarily be due to the wind plants on the Western Spirit line?
Not necessarily Western Spirit. It was other wind farms coming online in eastern New Mexico, wanting a through path from Kleins Corners to Four Corners to try to get to the Western markets. And then PNM also had a need of bringing in additional wind energy to try to meet its renewable portfolio requirement. So there was multiple needs there that facilitated the studies to which resulted in the building of the BB2 transmission line.
And what would have been the consequences had the BB2 line not been built?
It would have limited those wholesale energy companies from selling their energy in the Western market. And it would also have limited PNM's ability to bring renewable energy for our own retail customers from eastern New Mexico.
Okay, and I understand, would it be fair to say that the primary motivation was to facilitate the PPAs with La Jolla 1 and La Jolla 2?
That was part of the nexus which drove the initial studies. Yes.
Okay, and if I let's see, I might let's see, I have a statement here, and this is actually from the La Jolla 2 PPA filing that PNM made in case 243. There's a statement about the 140 megawatt La Jolla 2 wind facility. That is the contract going to the Meta customer. Is that correct?
No, it is not correct. That contract from La Jolla 2 is to serve PNM's retail customers and not specifically assigned to Meta.
Not assigned to Meta.
No.
Okay. So you're saying that 140 megawatt contract is in fact going to retail customers in general at PNM and contributing towards the RPS?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so which contract is it with Meta?
The purchase power agreement for the La Jolla 1 wind project, which I believe Witness Sanders referred to, it's a 165 megawatt contract. That is a contract that meets the needs of our rate 36B customer, Meta. And the La Jolla 2 is for retail customers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So again, the La Jolla 2 PPA benefits all retail customers and contributes toward the RPS standard, whereas the La Jolla 1 contract serves a single customer and does not contribute to meeting the RPS standard for PNM. Is that correct?
Commissioner, I'm not clear whether that satisfies any RPS requirement. It was a request of the customer to provide that type of energy for their facility, and they have a special services agreement with PNM to provide that, that renewable energy for their facility.
Given the fact that that customer Meta is receiving the RECs, the renewable energy credits, and retiring them, it seems that those same RECs would not be available to PNM to contribute towards meeting the RPS standard. Would that be a fair statement?
Subject to verification. Yeah, I don't know the details of the contract, but if the renewable energy credits are passed to the customer per their agreement with PNM, then yes, those would not count toward PNM's renewable portfolio requirement.
Okay. Some of the benefits listed, and this is in, there was a application for an expedited rehearing on this particular case on the BB2 line. And some of the benefits that were advanced by PNM include redundancy, 1,000 megawatts of transmission capacity redundancy in the case of a BB line outage. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the incremental capacity of the BB2 line is about 360 megawatts, yet it can serve as a backup for 1,000 megawatts. Is that correct?
Commissioner, that is the amount of capacity we would have reserved on a transmission path. The actual operating capacities are higher than that. We're accommodating on the BB2 a reservation of that 362 megawatts, but the rating of that line is the operational rating 1,000. And then for us on the, for our transmission operations folks, the rating, depending on whether it's summer or winter rated, is actually higher than that, but it provides a backup path so that we still have the connectivity from Eastern New Mexico to our retail service area.
And so you're saying you're reserving the 362, however, due to the fact that it is a 345 kV line, the capacity is actually considerably higher than that.
Yes, that is correct. That's just the reserved amount.
Do you know what the flows are on that line on average? I understand that since you've got these two large wind farms that have capacity on it, the flows are going to vary from moment to moment, but over a year, do you have a feeling for what the flows are on that line? What percentage is due to those wind farms versus what percentage may be due to FERC or other customers?
I don't have a breakdown by customer class. There's no way for us to tell. I can tell you in general that flowing out of the Klein's Corners,
Sorry, pulling out.
flowing, FLOWING, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
The energy flowing out of the Klein's Corners transmission substation, generally out of that substation, 40% flows on the BB1 line, 40% flows on the BB2 transmission line, and then about 20% flows south on the Western Spirit transmission line. That's the general flows on an average basis, assuming all lines are in service.
Right. I guess going back to that question, the consequences of it not being built, it would have been a big deal had that line not been built, correct? It would have been a problem.
Correct, Commissioner. It would have constrained these wind generators from accessing both PNM as a market and the Western energy markets because the BB1 path was fully subscribed with transmission reservations at the time that the project was initiated.
And, I do understand that some FERC transmission takes place, but the biggest problem would have been that the La Jolla 1 and La Jolla 2 wind farms you would not have been able to bring that power to your system.
That is correct.
And in terms of cost allocation, would it not be reasonable to say, given that this BB2 line was built for those two wind farms to bring the power to the PNM system, to do a cost allocation based on that, to consider that 140 megawatts are going to the retail customers in general and are contributing towards RPS, and that the 166 megawatts are going to one customer in particular? Would it not be reasonable to take that into account when you're doing cost allocation for this line?
Commissioner, I don't do cost allocations, but as PNM witness Sanders stated, PNM allocates its transmission based on its entire transmission network, not just on one particular path. And so that's been the accepted methodology, and that's what we continue to do. It's because the parallel path, I don't know all of the contractual reservations on BB1 and how much of it is being reserved for PNM's use and how much of it is being used for just energy throughput. And so in that case, that allocation could be different. And so that's why we tend to just aggregate it as an entire system and not look at any one particular path and allocate per the path. It is a network resource that benefits everybody. And then we allocate based on the total network, not on one particular element.
And again, on the flows question, apart from these two wind farms, what sort of flows would you see on this line?
On an average day, we're seeing about 500 megawatts flowing on each of the BB1 and BB2 lines. It pretty much divides equally amongst those two facilities. So 500 megawatts on each line.
And so obviously the wind farms are going to vary between 0 and 306 megawatts. And so everything else has to be transiting through your system.
That's correct. I mean, there are other wind farms in eastern New Mexico that utilize these paths to get through our network.
Okay, that makes sense. And just one other question. These two transmission lines use typical conductors, don't they? Would they use stranded aluminum conductors?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the potential of reconductoring the original BB line considered with advanced conductors as a way to increase capacity on that path?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of what alternatives were reviewed. And, one of the issues of just reconductoring that line, doing those long segments, in this case, BB1 from Klein's Corners to the BA station is right around 50 miles in length. To reconductor that effectively, we would have to take that line out of service, which would add to congestion because then we wouldn't have that connectivity in the network. So even though, cost might have been a consideration of reconductoring, losing that network element would have constrained the entire transmission network as a whole. And so it made more sense from an operations standpoint to just build a parallel path versus just reconductoring the existing path.
And reconductoring one phase at a time would not be an option in general?
No, we would have to take the entire three phases out of service to reconductor safely.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Gray. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Mr. Gould, I see you on the panel. Do you have some questions for Mr. Gray?
Just 2 or 3. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you for your questions, Mr. Commissioner Ellison. Mr. Gray, when you were asked by Commissioner Ellison to distinguish between La Jolla 1 and La Jolla 2. You recall that question?
Yes.
And you were asked, if I noted down it correctly, that La Jolla 1 meets the needs of Meta, while La Jolla 2 serves the RPS needs of the retail customers. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Once the output of La Jolla 1 goes onto the system, it becomes system energy. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, it would.
And there is no way that PNM has to deliver the output of La Jolla 1 directly to the Meta data center, is there?
No, we can't track those individual electrons no matter where they originate.
And since the system, your entire transmission system is operated as a whole, you don't attempt, or you don't have any machinery on the system to direct certain electrons to certain retail customers or certain wholesale customers, do you?
No, sir.
And the BB2 line, and Meta is, even though it's one of the largest on the system, is simply another retail customer with certain specific rates. Would you agree with me?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the BB2 line connected directly to the metadata center in any way?
No, it is not.
And when the flows come out of both BB2, La Jolla 1 and La Jolla 2 and any other wind farm, they may go onto the BB1 line or the BB2 line or another circuit after that. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes, electrically, they follow the load on the network and they travel on paths that follow the physics of electricity. We don't have that much control of those electrons.
And so conceivably, the output from either La Jolla 1 or La Jolla 2 could end up at the electrons, could end up at the Four Corners station and be delivered into the west, the rest of the west interconnection. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Don't see anybody else on the hearing requesting time with this witness unless I just saw Mr. Elliott for the Attorney General hop on. Do you have anything, sir?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. Mr. Alvidrez, do you have any additional redirect to that Mr. Gould conducted?
Just a bit, although Mr. Gould did a good job of covering the topics that I was interested in getting some clarification around. But one of the things that you spoke about, Mr. Gray, was that La Jolla 2 served a function of allowing PNM to meet its RPS standard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand the rule, the rate 36B retail rate to be a voluntary renewable rate?
That is my understanding, yes.
And does that also facilitate PNM meeting its RPS standard?
Yes, as a customer, if it's voluntary and they're requesting it, then it would help us meet that requirement for that particular customer class.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say would not?
It would help us meet the requirement for that customer class.
Thank you.
And why does PNM operate its transmission system as a system as a whole?
It's operated as a network, and the reason being is that if we lose an element, transmission line trips out for a thunderstorm, let's say, the rest of the network responds and customers might see a blink, but it will help provide continuity of service. So the rest of the network picks up that load and continues to provide service. So it's a reliability function that benefits our customers.
Okay, and finally, we've been talking a lot about La Jolla 1 and La Jolla 2, but you mentioned some other wind farms. Are there other wind farms that utilize the capacity on the BB2 line?
Yes, there are.
What are they? What other wind farms are we talking about?
The ones that I am aware of are the Casa Mesa Wind Farm, I believe, and the El Cabo Wind Farm, or other wind farms that utilize those paths.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Those are my questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Alvidrez. One last opportunity. Commissioner Ellison, anything further with Mr. Gray?
Well, I guess just one final point there. I guess there's been a lot of discussion about the RECs, and I recognize that Mr. Gray is a transmission expert and not necessarily a expert on how RPS compliance is attained. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, Commissioner, that would be a fair statement.
Okay. Just because, I would think that the New Mexico law around RPS compliance for an electric utility requires REC accounting, renewable energy credit accounting. And if a customer is retiring RECs associated with renewable generation, it would stand to reason that those same RECs are not available for the utility to retire in compliance with the state's RPS mandates. Would that seem reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. That was a teachable moment too, because every time you hear the word reasonable used, you can see counsel for the other parties start to want to potentially blurt something like objection. And they minded they thought better of it in this case. So thank you for that. So Mr. Gray, it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much for patiently answering the questions of the commission and of council. With that, I'll go ahead and excuse you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's take a 15-minute recess. We'll be back at 10:45 and we'll, I think, be back with the Attorney General's witness, Ms. Crane.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Andrea. Good morning, Gideon.
Good morning.
Gideon, did you intervene in the newest gas case? Gas rate case?
We will be.
Did you see that they're asking for a 10.5% ROE?
We've seen the news. We're not on the record, right?
Nope.
I'm Switzerland here. Unless I'm on the record, it
That's
doesn't
right.
matter.
That's right, Mr. Lee.
Judge, we can't hear you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
There you are.
Sorry. Okay. Good morning. We're back from our mid-morning break, our brief break. And we have the Attorney General presenting its next witness. Mr. Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The Attorney General calls Andrea Crane. Will the witness be sworn, please?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Crane. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Do you have what's been marked as NMAG Exhibit 1 in front of you?
Yes,
And would you identify that for the record, please?
yes, it's my direct testimony in this case.
And was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, I prepared it.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, except I do have one correction.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you this. What is your correction?
On page 65 of my testimony, there is a chart with some dates. And the dates from January of 2021 down through June of 2021 should say January 2022 all the way down through June of 2022. That's the only correction I have.
Okay. Apart from that correction, are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Okay. I move to have Exhibit NMAG 1 entered into the record.
There any exception? Hearing no exception, NMAG Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I tender the witness.
Thank you, sir. The company had reserved 45 minutes with Ms. Crane. Is that correct, Mr. Alvidrez?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do see that Ms. Crane has her hand up. I don't know if that's,
Oh, not, that is, not sure
Sometimes
how to get
when,
it down.
sometimes when you gesture,
Oh, I think it was when I was sworn in.
yeah.
I think it's from
it'll-
being sworn in. Sorry.
may I proceed?
Please do.
Hello, Ms. Crane. I'm Rick Alvidrez. I'm one of the lawyers representing PNM. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
So I want to ask a little bit about credit cards.
Okay.
As I understand it, the NMAG opposes PNM's proposal to provide fee-free credit payment options for PNM residential and small business customers. Is that correct?
With regard to credit cards and debit cards, yes.
Okay, and these are the customer classes, that is, the residential and small business customers whose interests the NMEG represents before the NMPRC. Isn't that also correct?
That's correct.
You understand that there are a number of customers who want to be able to use credit cards and debit cards on a fee-free basis, do you not, based on the testimony in this case?
Well, I'm sure everyone that uses a credit card wants to do it on a free fee basis. I have no doubt that people don't want to pay fees.
Okay, and that would be a fairly large percentage of PNM customers that would have credit cards. Would you imagine that or assume that?
No, I wouldn't assume that. I think there was testimony that we're talking somewhere about 12 to 14% of the customers who are currently charged a fee for using either a credit or a debit card.
Right, but those, I think even you testified you would expect that number to expand if there were the fee-free option in terms of credit cards, right?
Sure, absolutely, because people want to use credit cards for a whole host of reasons. So I would expect that to expand.
Okay, so do you have the direct testimony of PNM witness Cervantes handy?
I do. Let's see, is this direct testimony?
Yes, I'm
Yes. Or do I just have, I'm sorry, I just have his rebuttal
Mhm.
handy.
You don't have his direct testimony at all?
I do not, but I am happy to discuss his testimony with you. I think I recall it pretty well.
Okay, well, do you recall that he presented evidence that the Edison Electric Institute had indicated that at least 31 investor-owned utilities across 22 states currently offer fee-free credit and debit services?
Yes, I would accept that. And I think there was also some testimony about the fact that companies that don't use a third-party provider are more likely to offer fee-free credit cards.
And do you also recall that PNM's customer surveys that were conducted mid last year indicated that 33% of residential customers and 37% of small business, small and medium-sized business preferred a digital payment method via credit card and debit card?
Sure. And most people don't want to pay if they don't have to. I agree with that.
And do you also recall the survey results that indicated that there was a level of dissatisfaction among customers having to pay the fees associated with the use of credit cards, right?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I went to my eye doctor yesterday and he's now charging a 3.5% fee to use a credit card. So I completely share that sentiment that I would rather not have to pay a fee to use my credit card.
Okay. And do you recall the testimony that Mr. Cervantes offered up that according to the Federal Reserve Bank that consumers make most use of their payments of debit cards, credit cards, and cash as a way of paying their bills?
Yes, and customers have fee-free options available to them already at PNM.
We'll talk a little bit about that, but more than half of those use 57%, or more than half of those, or 57%, make payments with payment cards such as debit and credit and prepaid credit cards. Do you remember that from the testimony?
Yes, but again, we're not talking about 57% of PNM's customers here. We're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 14%. It's my understanding.
Right, and I'm right now talking some national statistics. You understand that, correct?
I accept your national statistics.
Okay. And I know there are some misguided people out there that sometimes don't recognize PNM as part of the United States. I'm sorry, don't recognize New Mexico as part of the United States, but it is part of the United States, correct?
It's one of my favorite states, absolutely.
One of mine too. But there's also a study that Mr. Cervantes talked about conducted by eSource, which looks at utility research and opine that credit card service fees will become a historical artifact. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall that testimony. I'm not sure that that's true, but I do recall that testimony.
And you talked about your frustration recently in using a credit card and being charged a fee. Do you recall that according to PNM's survey results that 85% of residential customers were either extremely dissatisfied or dissatisfied with having to pay the fee?
I don't recall that specific number, but it wouldn't surprise me at all.
And do you recall that Mr. Cervantes testified that 87% of business customers felt the same way?
That would not surprise me. If I can get something for free, I'd much rather do that than have to pay for it. And I think probably 90% of the people listening to this hearing feel the same way.
Okay. So the real issue here is, well, let me ask this. You understand that PNM has come forth with this proposal for fee-free credit and debit cards because that's what customers want, do you not?
Well, that's what some customers want. And I think we have to look beyond what customers want, though. We have to look at what's best in the best interest of the entire ratepayer class. Yes, customers want that. I would want that because I would like to get American Airline points. Other people would like to get rebates from their credit cards. I mean, I charge everything I can because I love to fly American. So I have no doubt that that's what people want. The question is, does it make sense for this utility? It will encourage, I have no doubt, it will encourage more people to charge things, to use their credit cards. That will simply increase fees even more. There's no showing that it's going to have any benefit with regard to uncollectibles, or you haven't included any such adjustment in your filing. So, we don't always give people what they want. Sometimes we have to look more broadly and say, what is in the best interest for, the utility company as a whole and for ratepayers as a whole.
Okay. Well, I understand you kind of laid that out in your in your testimony. But I mean, this isn't a situation where if this PNM proposal is approved, the PNM is going to, make any money off of this, right? The fees are a pass through to the credit card company, correct? The processing company.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that PNM is going to make any profit off of it, but I don't think that should be the standard. Just because the fact that PNM isn't going to make a profit doesn't mean that it's a good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, you would expect that New Mexico customers wanting to use credit cards, or just in general, the customers who use credit cards fully expect that the cost of using that credit card is embedded in the cost of whatever service or product that they're purchasing, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, for example, at my eye doctor, I now have to pay 3.5%, and I can't use a personal check unless it's over $100, which is doubly irritating. However, I think that, the cost, it's a question of who should pay the cost. A, it's a question of who should pay the cost. Two, it's a question of how much cost, because if you make it free, more people are going to use credit cards. You're going to incur more costs than you are incurring now. And so, there's a number of issues that you have to address with regard to offering fee-free credit cards, not to mention the fact that this was already rejected in your 2015 rate case.
Well, the data show that electronic payments are becoming more and more common. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Compared to 2015.
Absolutely. And I encourage people to use ACH and to pay on a free fee basis through your website.
And I think, you may actually be sort of illustrating one of my points. You've expressed a lot of frustration, as I interpret it anyway, about having to pay a fee, going to your eye doctor and not being able to pay with a check. Correct?
Well, I think now I can't pay with a check and I can't pay with a credit card, which means cash is my only option.
Unless you want the convenience of a credit card and pay the
and
fee.
Unless I'm willing to pay the fee.
Yeah. So, but if I understand your position on this, that while customers may want this ability to pay with credit cards free, the Attorney General's office is saying, no, you can't. That's not something that is good for you, in effect. Right?
The Attorney General's office is saying you already have free payment options that are much more efficient. They cost the company much less. In fact, I think there was some testimony about the ACH costing something like 16 cents or 20 cents versus $1.85 to $2 for a credit card payment. So when you look at that cost differential, we should make it easier for people to pay electronically. I agree with that. We should also, as I said in my testimony, offer free Western Union locations for people that don't have other options. I also recommended that in my testimony and said I think that that's a reasonable cost to socialize. But people have those, we should make certain options available. I don't think that credit card, socializing the credit card fee is the best option. It provides the wrong incentive. It increases net costs. And I think there are better options out there. That's what the Attorney General is saying. Let's do something that is convenient for customers, but makes the most sense economically. And I think that's because the Attorney General is always concerned about customer convenience and cost to ratepayers.
Well, in terms of socialized costs, in your mind, in the position of the Attorney General, is that the $410,000 to facilitate free payments at Western Union offices that's okay. That's socializing that $410,000 is okay. Is that correct?
That's correct, because I view those people as having no other options.
Well, they don't have an option of using a credit card if unless they want to pay the fee, right?
Well, sir, I'm saying you already charge fees at certain Western Union offices. I'm saying let's make all those free for people that don't have the option of a credit card. They have other options, however, though. I mean, they have other options. They can pay online for free. They can pay online.
Well, okay, let's explore that a little bit. In order to pay online, you've got to have a computer, right?
No, you can pay with the phone.
Pay with the phone. So you've got to have a phone or a computer.
Yeah, you have to have some sort of a vehicle to access PNM.
And you've got to have a bank account, don't you?
Yes, you have to have a bank account.
And there are fees associated very often with people having bank accounts at their banks, right?
There could be, and that's why we have the Western Union as a fallback option for those people.
And the data show that not many people use Western Union or the PNM payment centers to pay their bills in person, correct?
That's right. It's less than the 12 to 14% that are paying with the credit cards for a fee.
And for people who are homebound, for example, that's not a very good option for them to have to get out and pay in person, right?
That's right. There are people that won't be able to go out and pay in person.
And from a convenience standpoint, if you want to pay in person, you've got to either walk to a location or get transportation to get there, right?
That's true. And, but thinking about your prior question, I think that people with credit cards generally do have a bank account because generally, or access to a phone because they have to pay off that credit card somehow. So they generally either use a bank or they can do their banking by phone. So they probably do have access to a bank for the most part if you have a credit card.
Well, okay, but let's explore that a little bit as well. You have Mr. Cervantes' rebuttal testimony, and you may recall that he indicated that some fixed and lower income customers receive benefits in the form of debit cards and prepaid credit cards, right?
Yes.
And currently, if they want to use those prepaid, they might not have a bank account, right? That may be one of the reasons why they want to be paid.
There may be customers out there that don't.
And these customers who are on fixed and lower income, if they want to use that debit card or they want to use that credit card for a $100 bill, for example, would have to pay $102, right, under what the AG is proposing.
That's right. Although I believe there's also been testimony that the majority of customers that use credit cards don't fall in the low income category.
Well,
I think there was about 55% that paid with credit card that are not classified as low income.
And that means that there were 45% who use credit cards that are in the low income category, correct?
That's what your data showed, and that would be that 14, presumably that would be 45% of that 12 to 14% of the overall people that are charged.
Yeah. So in terms of the costs, you talk about the cost that PNM estimates is $3.1 million to include in rates to facilitate fee-free credit card service to customers. Is that correct?
Based on your current vendor, yes. I understand you have not solicited proposals from all their vendors, so potentially those costs could be reduced if you went out and solicited input from other third parties. But based on your current vendor, that's my understanding.
Well, and that $3.1 million includes a little over $400,000 for the free Western Union service, right? So it's actually, less than $3.1 million that are attributable to credit card usage, right?
Yes, it does.
And so, that, 2.7 million dollars is the cost that would be attributable to allowing fee-free debit and credit cards for PNM's customers, right?
Well, based on the assumptions that you've made about growth rates and based on the test year in this case.
Right. And if that proposal is approved, PNM will get a revenue requirement associated with the 2.6 or $2.7 million, right?
That would be added to the revenue requirement if your proposal is approved, yes.
Right. And if credit card fee usage shoots way up where it costs $4 million, PNM's still only going to get the 2.6 or $2.7 million, right?
Your
Until the
rates
next
will
rate case.
your rates will reflect the 2.6 or 2.7 million. It's difficult to say what you actually get because obviously revenues and expenses change over time.
Right. But at least for now, we know what the cost is going to be if this program is approved with respect to fee-free credit cards, right?
We don't know what the cost is going to be. We know what the amount built into rates will be.
Oh, okay. That's a good clarification in what I was driving at, actually. You also talk about a concern that customers who have difficulty paying their bills may, by using credit cards, make their financial situation worse. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's really speculative on your part, isn't it?
It's speculative. It goes to the sort of the broader issue of, what some people perceive as being a credit crisis in this country. This is, so it's a general comment.
Okay. I mean, you don't typically run into people who say they're going to splurge by going out and paying their electric bill on their credit card, right?
No, absolutely. I don't expect anyone to splurge. I'm just saying that sometimes it's easier just to put something on your credit card. If you can do that, if that's an option that's available to you, you can do that even regardless of whether or not you actually have the cash to pay. And sometimes it's just easier to put something on your credit card, and some people don't realize how much they're putting on their credit cards, whether they're low income or not. We've all sort of seen that situation, I think. Perhaps some of us have actually been there ourselves.
Whether they're splurging or mixing essential purchases with splurges, right, Ms. Crane?
Exactly.
And the same is true for customers who pay by check. You get bad checks written, do you not?
I presume so, since my eye doctor now is no longer taking checks for anything less than $100.
Okay, but I mean the I guess danger that you're talking about customers not managing their funds wisely applies to checking accounts just as much, doesn't it?
No, I don't think it does, because it's easier. If you have a $20,000 credit limit, it's one thing. If you write a bad check, your bank's probably going to come after you pretty quickly. And I think the ability to abuse credit cards is probably greater than the ability to write bad checks, just because of the amount of credit available out there. I mean, it's astonishing to me. It's astonishing to me when I see my credit card bills and they say, if you pay the minimum, here's how long it will take you to pay off if you pay the minimum each month, like 30 years in some cases, or 20 years. I mean, thank God I don't do that, but I think it's very easy to get into a trap where people can be in serious financial trouble because of using credit cards.
And these risks are, I won't call them risks, but the people's inability to perhaps prudently manage their financial affairs exists whether, there is a $2 fee or not, right?
Yeah, some people have difficulty managing their financial affairs regardless of income.
Okay. At line 8 of your testimony on page 79, you say that a better solution is for customers to take advantage of financial assistance programs and budget billing programs, right?
I'm just getting there, so bear with me for a moment.
No, absolutely.
Yes.
But you also understand that.
And to encourage the use of other fee-free payment options.
Okay, well, and I acknowledge that, but in terms of the point I want to make is that this proposal by PNM for fee-free credit and debit cards doesn't in any way take away from a customer's ability to utilize the financial assistance programs and budget billing programs that are out there, right?
It doesn't, but I think it probably it could lessen the incentive to do so, because if they have what they perceive to be an easier option, they may put it on their credit card rather than pursuing some of these programs. Something that if it's not going to cost them anything, they may do that. So I think we don't. Each person is going to be different in terms of how they respond.
Well, I mean, I think you'd assume that customers would, make the correct economic decision for the most part, if they were able to, by utilizing customer assistance program, get their bill paid in full or partially. They're going to prefer that over use of a credit card and paying the full amount, would they not?
Well, they should, but it depends on it actually, I think, depends on what they have to go through in order to sign up for these programs, what types of information they have to provide in order to participate in these programs. And customers, frankly, don't always make the best economic choice.
Okay, but they
it might be easier to whip out that credit card and just handle it that way.
Okay. And if the customer is not worried about the cost differential, the $2 fee isn't going to make a difference to them in bypassing the financial aid type of programs, right?
I'm really not quite sure I understand your question. I mean,
well, you're saying customers don't make, some customers don't make prudent financial decisions. They'd rather use a credit card because it's more convenient than going through the process of qualifying for whatever financial help is available. I mean, a customer who doesn't care about financial issues isn't going to let the $2 fee stop them from bypassing the financial assistance programs, right?
Well, it may not be an issue with whether or not they care about the $2. If you eliminate the $2, you make it even easier for customers then to choose to use a credit card. They may have even less incentive to pursue other programs. That's my point. Obviously, You'll have some customers that will pay, that are happy, or probably not happy, but that will pay the credit card fees if that's what they choose to do, and still think it's worthwhile to pay by a credit card, even with the $2 fee.
But we're having this discussion. We're speculating a lot about what customers may or may not do. But my point is, and I think you would agree, that the proposed fee-free credit card program has nothing to do with whether customers can otherwise access the financial assistance programs that PNM offers, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the easier you make it for someone to pay their bill without going through the effort of accessing these programs could impact some customers' decision as to how they're going to pay their bill and are they going to pursue these programs or not. People will think about this a lot less if you remove that $2 charge. They will simply whip out the credit card and they will pay. I would do exactly the same thing for other reasons that have nothing to do with finances even. They're going to use that credit card because they get other benefits from it. And some customers may feel, for whatever reason, that it's easier just to put it on my credit card than to go through a process that, frankly, they may view as somewhat invasive about, some of their personal situation in order to sign up for these programs, or even the perception that signing up for some utility programs might require some, information that they may not want to share with the utility company.
Do you know anything about the process for customers to qualify for financial assistance to pay their PNM electric bills?
I'm very fortunate to be able to say no. I do not personally know that. I know in general, some programs are tied to certain, poverty level requirements. Certain programs are tied to other federal program qualifications. If you qualify for some sort of a federal program, you automatically will qualify for some sort of, utility assistance. But I'm talking in very general terms and not specifically about PNM. I have no idea what your specific programs are like.
Yeah. Do you know how many customers avail themselves of PNM's assistance programs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have you experienced where some service and product providers won't accept cash anymore?
Yes, I have.
And do you recall during the very active phases of the COVID pandemic that there were a number of service providers that wouldn't accept anything but a credit card, right?
That's true. And in fact, I stopped using cash as much as possible during the COVID pandemic, and I have not gone back.
And that was for health transmissibility reasons, was it not?
It was.
Okay. And in terms of credit cards, there's some added security there, is there not, in terms of if a credit card is fraudulently utilized, that the Federal Fair Credit Billing Act limits a customer's liability to a maximum of $50, even if the fraud amount is much greater, right?
There is some security in using a credit card. I don't know if it's any greater than using ACH. I would speculate that ACH is even safer because you probably don't run into the fraudulent problem to start with. But again, that's speculation on my part.
Okay. Well, you agree that we're increasingly becoming a cashless society, would you not?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And that, again, credit card and debit card usage is simply just a fact of modern commerce now, is it not?
I don't know. In some ways, I think credit cards are almost becoming obsolete, with people having electronic wallets and Apple Pay. And I think we actually may be entering into a new payment phase that uses fewer credit cards in the future. There's a shop now in the Fort Lauderdale airport where somehow you use your palm, your palm print. I think it's associated with Amazon has started this now, where you go in and use your palm print I suppose you have to register your palm print somewhere, probably with some sort of a bank account or credit card, by the way. But I think that the conventional use of a credit card as we know it is probably going to change pretty significantly in, let's call it, the next 5 years or so.
Well, aren't a lot of those services that you're talking about, electronic payment services, tied to credit cards?
Well, I presume some are, and some you could probably just tie to your bank account.
Okay.
Right. Bank account, credit card account. Anyway, let's move along.
All right. Ms. Crane, thank you very much. Those are my questions. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you very much.
I think Mr. Albright had reserved 5 minutes if he's available. Mr. Albright?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did have 5 minutes for Ms. Crane.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Jeff Albright with J. Albright Law LLC here on behalf of the county. So just had a few questions I wanted to follow up, and this will be related to your direct testimony. First of all, at page 5, you state that PNM's filing based upon a base period ending June 30, 2022, and on a future test year ending December 31, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any sense with regard to the percent of states in which you've provided testimony or been involved in, or in general, with regard to how many states use future test year?
I'm only hesitating because there's so many different variations out there. I would say the use of a future test year or some other mechanism is becoming much more common than it used to be. For example, there's some states that have multi-year rate plans and in fact mandate the filing of multi-year rate plans. There are other states that still technically use a historic test year, but they have permitted rather broad post-test year adjustments that in some cases go out, into the future. So I can't really answer your question except to tell you that I think it is evolving, and there's a number of different ways that you can push that test year out, and states are taking a variety of approaches to push that test year out.
Appreciate that. Do you believe that using a future test year increases or decreases risk to investors?
Oh, it decreases.
I'd like you to turn to page 6 of your direct testimony. And at item 2, where you have a summary of conclusions and recommendations, you recommend a pro forma cost of equity of 9.25%. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, actually, Dr. Woolridge recommended it. I simply reported it in my testimony to give you a complete picture.
Okay. And with regard to that 9.25% does not include 50 basis points with regard to the flexibility that they have. Is that correct?
It does not include, I don't believe, any 50 basis point adjustment.
Okay, so the 9.25 is strictly limited to the impact on rates, not with regard to the 50 basis points.
Yes.
Is that your understanding?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that's my understanding.
Do you think adding if you have over earnings, that would increase or decrease risk to investors?
Mr. Examiner, I have a couple of objections, if I may.
This is not Mr. Alvidrez's witness, Your Honor.
I'm not acknowledging it.
But it
Unless
is,
it's for friendly cross.
It is friendly cross.
I'm not acknowledging it.
It is friendly
Okay.
cross here.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would contend I asked the question as to whether or not it does or does not.
Does or does not what?
Whether or not it does or does not increase the attractiveness to investors.
It's still friendly cross, Mr. Albright.
In the absence of an answer, I'm not sure how it can be, but.
All right, I
move
know, I'll let you, Mr. Albright, I'll let you. Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Crane.
50 basis points above the 9.25 would obviously benefit investors.
Okay, moving on, and again, partly because my time is limited. On page 7, you talk about the Palo Verde generating station leases that expired in 2023.
Yes.
If PNM is not allowed recovery, how would they recover for their stranded cost investment of capital expenditures that have been spent but are not part of the continuing leases?
Again, objection, friendly cross.
Go ahead and answer, Ms. Crane. I understand it is.
Just how would PNM be expected to recover those costs?
I suspect they may need to write some of those costs off, but I don't know. I haven't investigated, I through a write-off, I presume, unless there are additional revenues that they can somehow, use to basically amortize those costs. I mean, it would be through rates. So they could, if they can recover it in some other manner, internally, that would be one option. If they can't, then a write-off presumably would be necessary.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Crane. I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much for your answers. I've enjoyed your professionalism and answers throughout the years and your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Albright.
Mr. Herman, we have you down for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
I'm Keith Herman. We've met before. I represent the Water Utility Authority. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Mr. Herman?
We'll see. I have some questions about everyone's favorite topic, Four Corners. So I want to ask about your proposed remedy, but let's start with page 36, lines 15 through 18 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
There you note that the hearing examiners identified $148.1 million dollars in investment in Four Corners that should be disallowed as improvement, correct?
Yes.
And then I believe you go on to note that the commission allowed the debt only return on that $148.1 million.
Yes.
Now, was that, and you recommend continuing that debt only return at page 42, lines 20 through 21?
Yes, on all of the subsequent investment. Obviously, the initial restriction was only on investment through like 2019, because that was when the rate case was.
And you make that recommendation because Four Corners continues to be used to serve rate base?
It continues to be used to serve customers, I would say.
Sorry, I misspoke.
And because, frankly, the commission denied PNM's request to abandon Four Corners.
And you're familiar with the reason the request to abandon was denied, correct?
I am.
And would
The
be fair to say
pretext?
that Excuse me?
Never mind. I wanted to make sure I understood the reason, but I think I do understand the reason. Go ahead.
I was just going to state that the reason was generally failure to identify adequate replacement resources.
That's my understanding, yes.
So with that established, there's nothing preventing PNM from, after conclusion of this rate case, to come in and renew their abandonment application, correct?
Correct.
And under the ETA, they would be authorized to seek recovery of that entire stranded asset amount, correct?
I'm not a lawyer. I think they would be able to seek recovery. I think the AG has put in testimony, or I have certainly put in testimony previously that, in my view, if investment was imprudent, I don't believe it should qualify for recovery under the ETA. But again, I'm not an attorney.
Well, let me rephrase that then. You're aware that in the 2117 case, PNM did seek recovery of those investments through the ETA.
Yes, and we put in testimony, like I just said.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we are deep into friendly cross here.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we are. Are we?
I'm laying my foundation, and we'll get to it, is that my ultimate question is going to be, with Ms. Crane's proposed remedy, how are we convinced that that remedy will be adequate to protect customers?
I figured that was where you were going. So let's try and get there.
Okay, thank you. I believe we were talking about possible recovery through the ETA. You're familiar, or you don't have any reason to disagree with the established principle that a prudence analysis, the purpose is to hold customers harmless from a utility's imprudent decisions, correct?
I would agree with that.
And your exhibit that you reference in response to ACC 2, ACC FCPP, Four Corners Power Plant return, demonstrates an impact of about approximately 3 to 5 million per year in an annual revenue requirement, correct?
I just want to check if you turn over to the test change log, I have Four Corners as being about 2.1. And I think the reason for the difference is because of the benefit of interest expense associated with my recommendation, but the revenue requirement impact is about 2.1.
Let me see if I can find what I was referring to, just so I make sure I'm correct. I was looking, okay, I might have been looking at something different. I was looking at AC, the bottom of it is ACC FCPP return page 1, which if you have an electronic copy would be PDF page 117, and it's a copy of PNM exhibit KTS 3. I can share it. It might be a little small, but
sorry.
I'll just share it, so maybe you can clarify what I'm looking at and how your analysis differs, or if these numbers are approximately the same.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when I came up with that 3 to 5 million, I was looking at 4 million under line 33 COS adjustment column in the first box, and then negative 4.5 million in the last column.
Okay, so it's a little confused. I'm sorry, what was the first number you mentioned?
The COS adjustment, return on rate-based retail, $4,007,958 in parentheses, so negative.
Yeah, you can basically, and that's why this, I apologize, it is confusing because this is all based off the company schedule. So you can basically more or less ignore a good chunk of the left side of the schedule. So basically what you want to do is focus on the right side, which is kind of where I honed in to my recommendation. And I showed the full return on and then the debt only return. And the return number, the difference in return is about 4.592. And then because there's a difference in taxes because of the interest synchronization, there's an additional adjustment of 3.1. And then I took that 4.592 and that 3.101, and I inserted that into that really long schedule, which is I'll take my glasses off for this one. The cost of service test as amended by NMAG. And there's a couple of lines there. I
Can you
believe
tell
they
me
are.
what page you're on? Or what page you will ultimately be on?
Yes. So if you go to ACC2 and you start with the ACC COST, which is really the first schedule there. It's a multi-page schedule. And the entire PNM's entire exhibit was not filed with my testimony, only I guess about 8 or so pages of that particular schedule. But it starts, if you look at the at the top, it says PNM exhibit KTS-3 COS test as amended by NMAG, and it starts with line 1. And then if you just sort of look through it, it goes all the way down to line 820. And that is, by account, the way that PNM developed its revenue requirement. So if you go back to the two numbers that I just mentioned, you will find those on line 609 and 602 of that initial exhibit. What I did was I replaced PNM's numbers with my numbers in order to see what the impact would be on a revenue requirement basis. So if you go to line 602, you see that 4592460 that we talked about. It says FCPP capital improvements from 16-276, debt only return on adjustment is line 602, and 609 is the interest associated with that. That's the 3,101,665 that we talked about also initially from that four-corner schedule that you asked me about. So I repopulated PNM's exhibit with those numbers, and then the exhibit, the model, will calculate what the revenue requirement impact is of each change that you make. And that change is shown on my schedule ACC test change log, page 1, which has all the adjustments listed with the revenue requirement impact. Yeah, if you keep going, keep going. Okay, that's the right. That's the schedule that shows the revenue requirement impact of each of my adjustments. And then if you go to the right, you'll see the specific lines from ACC cost of service test that I adjusted for each of my adjustments. So that it says line 602 and line 609.
So for Four Corners, then the debt-only return, you've calculated a annual revenue impact of approximately 2.1 million,
Correct.
and that's the number I'm highlighting. So, thank you for walking me through that, and I'm running a little short on time, but if we extrapolate, let's say that 2.1 million for another 8 years, which is, I believe, the end of the current term for Four Corners Power Plant, we're at about $16.8 million over that time. You agree?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
With the math, yes.
Now, compare that 16.8 million with the 148 million that was found imprudent by the hearing examiners. How are you convinced that your proposed remedy is sufficient to protect ratepayers?
That's a
if
low.
if PNM does try to recover this entire amount via the Energy Transition Act.
Okay, I think it's
Or if
important.
it just tries to recover that entire amount in any circumstance.
Okay, I think it's important to note that the recommendation I made in this testimony is based on current conditions. That is, Four Corners is currently in service. It's currently providing service to customers. I took that into account when I made my recommendation. If Four Corners is no longer serving customers, we already have a lot of testimony in various cases in the record about, all bets are off at that point. I think the AG has been pretty clear about the fact that we don't believe imprudent plant should be recovered through the ETA, forgetting about legal issues now, just from a policy perspective. And I would have a very different recommendation if that plant was not currently serving customers and if the commission had not denied PNM's request for abandonment. So I'm not making any recommendations here about what happens in the future. I'm just looking at where we are today, and I think that this is a reasonable compromise, but I certainly hope that the ETA is not used to recover imprudently incurred investment.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. I see my time is up.
Do you need additional time, Mr. Herman?
I guess one follow-up question, if I may.
Yes.
And I don't want you to opine on legal issues, especially ones that might be argued, but wouldn't you, or how would your remedy change, or would your remedy change? How would, or would your remedy change, and how would it change if you felt you had to have that fight regarding potential recovery of imprudent assets today? Or if you wanted to try and guarantee recovery today at, as it is currently before the commission?
Objection. This is Friendly Cross, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Overruled.
I completely expect that the parties will have that fight and that argument in somewhere at some time. And I'm sure the AG will be a part of that discussion. So I'm not sure whether, it was my assumption that if we didn't resolve that issue in this base rate case, that we would have the opportunity to resolve it at some point in the future. And I'm not, and so that was my assumption. I think we will have this discussion about what happens to stranded investment with regard to Four Corners. And, we look forward to being a part of that discussion, but right now it's not stranded investment. And so that's why we chose the path that we did with regard to my recommendation.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure, Ms. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Hearings, Commissioner Ellison.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Ms. Crane.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions. One, if we look at page 99 on the physical page numbers, you've got a reconciliation table that takes the company's requested increase and makes a series of adjustments to get to your revenue requirement. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining a few of these? You've got the Palo Verde lease revenue requirement as the last line item of negative 7.7 million adjustment. Was that item in the company's requested increase?
No, that relates to the regulatory liability. So there are really two big Palo Verde adjustments. One adjustment is for stranded costs associated with leasehold improvements made by PNM during the term of the leases for capacity that is no longer being utilized to serve New Mexico ratepayers. The other adjustment is relates to the fact that the company continued to collect the lease costs in rates after one of the two leases expired. One expired in January of 2023. One won't expire until January of 2024. But with regard to the January of 2023 lease, the company collected an entire year, will have collected an entire year of rates associated with those lease payments. The commission had ordered PNM to establish a regulatory liability in order to track those revenues, basically. And I am recommending that that regulatory liability be returned to customers over a multi-year period. And that's where that $7.7 million per year comes in.
I see. And over how many years would that need to be deducted, that 7.7 million, to recover those funds that were collected post lease expiration?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that because I'm not sure. I'm looking now to see what period I actually recommended for that. A 5-year amortization period.
Because
I'm sorry. So it would be the amount, total regulatory liability would be, would be greater than the 7.7 million. That's just the amount that is included in 1 year of that 5-year amortization. And I did apply for that, for this regulatory liability. I'm sorry. I did not apply carrying costs. And therefore the 5 times 7.7 would give you the total regulatory liability that would need to be returned to customers.
So approximately $40 million in rough terms is what we're talking about here. And the company is using a future test year in this case. And so your assumption would be that the rates that are established would be valid for 5 years, or would some adjustment need to be made if PNM came sooner than that for another rate case?
Yeah, I would like rates to be effective for 5 years. I'm not sure they will be, though. So that number would be reevaluated, and that amortization period could be reevaluated in the company's next base rate case if it came in prior to that 5-year period.
But that regulatory liability of approximately 40 million would be for the over collection on both of the expired unit leases?
No, because only one has expired. The second one won't expire until January of 2024. So we don't have a problem or an issue with that one because PNM did remove those lease costs in its
Okay.
future test year.
And which unit is that has expired?
I don't know. I'm not
Okay,
sure which
that's
one
not a-
has expired.
That's not a problem. That's easy to find out. Could you talk me through a little bit of the plant and service update, including depreciation and the undepreciated lease investment adjustments that you've made here?
Yes. Okay. So the plant and service update, that is my recommendation that we should look at what PNM has actually completed to date. And when I did the calculation, I'm not sure what the last month I had was, it might have been May, probably. They were about 3.11% under where they expected to be at that point. And so I recommended a plant and service adjustment to reduce their plant, just to recognize the plant that had not been completed as of that date. I didn't make any additional adjustment to reflect additional under what would I call that, under investments. But I did recognize the fact that as of that point in time, they were about 3%, under where they said they would be. So basically, I assumed that from that point forward, they would actually meet their projections. I made that recommendation in a prior case. The commission rejected my argument, and the company pointed that out in rebuttal testimony that Ms. Crane tried that, didn't go anywhere. Why should it go anywhere now? And the reason it should go somewhere is because somebody has to come up with some methodology for evaluating future test year plant. Maybe I don't have the best way to do that, but the fact of the matter is we're not going to know until after December of 2024 how much plant actually went into the ground. And to just kind of say, okay, well, that's what PNM tells us, so we have to accept that. I mean, I don't think that's a reasonable approach at all. I'm open to other ways of evaluating how they're doing, but frankly, I couldn't think of anything else to do. So I thought looking at where they were at the latest point in time before I filed testimony was totally reasonable. And I hope that the commission will, reconsider its decision on that issue, or come up with an alternative way of evaluating their case.
And so, I'm sorry. So the idea here is that the company is using a historical base year and applying some adjustments to have a simulated future test year, and your concern is that the base year ought to reflect what was actually invested in that base year. Is that
No,
a fair statement?
The base year is all historic, and those numbers, the base year is what it is, but it's really this linkage period and then future test year. So the base period ends in like June of 2022, and then the future test year begins January of 2024. And so there's actually like an 18-month period which is what PNM calls the linkage period. And what PNM did was it actually went in every single month, both during that linkage period and then for every month of the future test year, it projected what its plant was going to be. And it projected, what its accumulated depreciation would be. And it built up basically what it thought its rate base would be for each month from June of, well, let's call it July of 2022, right after the base period, all the way through to December of 2024. Now, some of that we now know is actual, right? Because now we're sitting here in September of 2023. So I looked at what was known at the time that I filed my testimony and said, okay, how are they doing so far? Are they meeting their projections? And they were not. And so I feel that an additional adjustment is necessary, or certainly reasonable. And it's the plant piece, which is the plant in service times the return on that plant. And then I also made an associated adjustment for depreciation expense associated with that plant.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And the undepreciated lease investment, that next line item?
Yes. So the undepreciated lease investment, that is during the time that PNM had the leases, it made the Palo Verde leases. We're now back to the Palo Verde leases. It made what's called leasehold improvements associated with that capacity. And even though PNM didn't really own the underlying assets, they had to make certain investments in order to, keep their portion of Palo Verde running, et cetera. So at the end of those leases, though, is where we are now, and PNM has not recovered, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think on a total dollar amount, somewhere between $90 and $100 million of investment that it has not collected. And, there were several parties in this case that had concerns with the extension of those leases into 2015 and 2016. I mean, there's a whole history of the Palo Verde cases from the 2015 rate case that, again, like Four Corners, has sort of, the can has been kicked down to where we are today. But there is some issue about whether or not renewing those in 2015 and 2016, those two leases, whether that was a prudent decision or not. That's one issue. A second issue, in my view, you don't even need to decide whether that was prudent, because that plan is no longer being used to serve customers. And so even from a stranded cost perspective, I believe that those costs should not be recovered. And therefore, the unrecovered investment that PNM made in leasehold improvements while it owned that capacity is what's at issue here. And I recommend that shareholders absorb those costs.
I saw on page 30 of your testimony where you mentioned I think it was a 8.9 and a $0.8 million stranded asset.
Well,
on page 30, the physical page 30 of your testimony,
yes.
You have.
So there's actually kind of a sub issue here, because there's an issue about whether or not PNM should be entitled to recover the investment that it made during the period of the leases. And there's two issues there, as I mentioned, whether it was prudent and whether or not there should be considered stranded costs. But then in addition to that, the 8.86 million and the 0.76 million that are on page 30 are amounts that were in CWIP, construction work in progress. So that's actually, PNM says, well, this plant was used to serve customers during the period that the leases were in effect, and therefore we are entitled to recover that. Well, I disagree with that from a policy perspective, but even if you buy that argument, there's, a fair amount of money that never was used to serve customers because it was CWIP, construction work in progress. It did not go into service during the period that the leases were in place. And so that's the two numbers that appear on page 30.
I see. That's very helpful. So the stranded asset issue is distinct from the construction work in progress issue.
Well, I view it all as stranded investment anyway. So I recommend that it all be excluded. Okay, if somebody felt differently, if somebody felt that they should be entitled to all or a portion of the investment that had been in service and serving customers, they should at a minimum exclude the construction work in progress, which was never serving customers.
I see. And so the $7.7 million downward adjustment, again, you were calculating over 5 years. And so a roughly $40 million total between those two categories, the stranded asset and the construction work in progress.
No, I think we are talking about two different things here now. The 5 years was the amortization period for the regulatory liability. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm saying that all investment that was made by PNM, whether it was ever serving customers or not, is not now serving customers. Related, again, I'm just talking about investment related to the leases, okay? Not all of Palo Verde, but the investment related to the leases, that all of that investment should be disallowed and should be borne by shareholders, whether that was, so it's plant that was actually at one point serving customers, as well as plant that never went into service. I have a 100% disallowance of that plant. A separate issue is the fact that the company continued to collect lease payments during 2023 for one of those units. And so I'm recommending that that lease payment amount be returned over a 5-year period to customers. They collected it over a year. I'm saying return that over those lease payment amounts over a 5-year period, and disallow all unrecovered investment in Palo Verde that was associated with the leases.
I understand. I was just trying to understand how the $7.7 million adjustment was calculated for the Palo Verde undepreciated lease investment.
Okay, that's the total amount of, and it's the total amount of rate base that is unrecovered times the Attorney General's recommended cost of capital, then grossed up by a revenue multiplier for things like taxes, et cetera. So that's the annual impact of removing that.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. On the Four Corners prudence issue on page 42, you do recommend this debt only return be applied going forward. And that has been the case, hasn't it, since I can't remember when, but PNM has been collecting the debt only return on this Four Corners of investment made post 2016. Is that right?
Correct. So current rates reflect a debt only return on investment made from, like, I think it's 2016 to 2019. And now we would be kind of extending that policy to additional plant that was made from 2019 through to the end of the future test year, which would be 2024.
So we would be saying we're continuing that policy with investments made post 2016, and also we're going to apply it to any investments made post 2019. So any additional investments.
Yes, that's the company's application includes investments or plant and service through 2024. So rates would, our adjustment is based on all investment that's anticipated through 2024.
And what happens if they seek securitization? If they're granted approval for the abandonment and securitization of Four Corners in a subsequent proceeding?
That was my next question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Well, I can only give you my personal opinion. I mean, I would anticipate that the Attorney General would oppose that. Vigorously oppose it, oppose recovery through securitization of imprudent plan in Four Corners.
So maybe that should be argued in this case.
Maybe it should. Several people have, and if you can resolve it, if you can resolve the Four Corners issue in this case, you're better off doing it here. I kind of, wasn't sure that you could. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I took a middle of the road approach. But certainly, this has been around long enough. This issue's been with us. So if you can resolve it, that would be good.
Right. The prudence issue, but that would mean that there would be potentially no recovery through securitization for what if anything was found imprudent, right? Because there are different elements.
Yeah, I mean,
arguably it could be broken down into the SCRs versus the other plant extending investments versus the simple decision to continue in Four Corners.
Yes, I mean, there are potentially many pieces of this, and the AG has actually filed testimony in other cases saying that anything that's imprudent should not be qualified for securitization.
So let's just take, for example, that the debt only treatment for those post 2015 investments is the appropriate remedy for imprudence. As Mr. Medeiros has said, we could get an application very soon for a Four Corners abandonment, which would effectively mean no penalty at all. So is an alternative approach to impose a reduction of that undepreciated asset of some percentage to say that some percentage of that undepreciated asset is imprudent?
Yeah, I mean, again, my testimony was just written for the purpose of this rate case. We believe that the issue of stranded costs and how you deal with that is an open issue and needs to be dealt with, and will be dealt with. I say in my testimony that the commission does not have to address the issue of stranded costs until the company files another abandonment application or the Supreme Court overturns the commission decision in 2117. But but certainly the issue of whether or not costs were imprudent and the issue of whether or not stranded costs should be recovered are related issues, and they have to be dealt with at some point. And as I have testified to, not only in this testimony but in other testimonies, I believe that there is quite a bit of evidence to suggest that many of the investment decisions associated with Four Corners were imprudent. So I think there probably should be at some point in time finally a finding of imprudence, and then you'll have to deal with how much And certainly at least 2016 is a line in the sand. And what do you do about that? And again, we've said stranded costs that have been found to be imprudent should not be securitized. And if you can resolve those issues here, that's even better. But we definitely feel that my testimony is only a recommendation for purposes of this rate case, and that this issue my recommendation was not meant to be a final resolution of Four Corners prudency issues.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Obviously, at least one could have the concern that once abandonment is applied for under the and financing order is applied for under the terms of the EPA, could it be too late at that point to declare the investment imprudent and to impose declare a certain percentage of that investment imprudent?
Well, my guess is that if the commission finds that certain plant was imprudent in this case, if that's their finding in this case, I think you're going to have that fight on your hands right now.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have that fight.
I think what the commissioner may be suggesting, if I'm not mistaken, is a reverse EGOL, which is to say that the commission imposed on PNM at one point a requirement that they abandon San Juan. The Supreme Court frowned on that because the filed case doctrine or whatever under the Constitution. So what may be suggested here is that PNM would try the opposite and to file an abandonment and securitization proceeding before the commission issues its determination on the prudence of Four Corners. Is that what I'm
right? I mean, again,
hearing?
I'm not an attorney, but
that's why I somewhat derisively recalled that I'm talking about the EGOL Supreme Court decision on that issue that pinched the commission's abandonment jurisdiction slightly. Unfortunately, did so nevertheless. Anyway, that would be an intriguing maneuver, a reverse EGOL.
I'm not trying to give anyone ideas here. I'm just trying to explore, a potential avenue and understand whether the commission, whether we do indeed need to decide on the prudence in this case and perhaps impose something that goes, beyond a simple, debt only recovery, if that is indeed the decision that is made.
Well, Commissioner, you did pick up on the impatience in Ms. Crane's answers about finally resolve the issue. Well, let me tell you that we finally have compiled the record on the issue of prudence that the commission ordered back in January 2018. The parties themselves were not able to apparently do that in 2117, but the hearing examiners have done that for this case.
Excellent.
Great. I'm just one final question, Ms. Crane, on the community solar is something that you mentioned at the very, towards the end of your testimony, and you recommended leaving that to the community solar proceeding, the question of whether there may be some cross subsidization issues that would require some rate adjustment Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, although I think, and I may be mistaken, maybe PNM can clarify this. I believe that PNM agreed to pull out that adjustment in its rebuttal testimony and to deal with it in another fashion. So I believe that that's probably no longer an issue.
Okay, that's fine. I wasn't aware of that, so. Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Crane. I don't think I have any more questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison, very much for those enlightening questions. And the parties are on notice that from this discussion that PNM is on notice, Foursquare, that the issue of prudence is being determined in this proceeding with regard to Four Corners. And so any attempt at that kind of a maneuver probably wouldn't withstand serious scrutiny. In any event, I have an odd request. I just received a text that from a number that I don't recognize that says, "I'm sorry, I need to go back to Seattle tomorrow morning." Is that related in any way to one of the parties that are involved in this case that's trying to tell me something and I don't recognize that number? Okay, hopefully it was directed at someone else. Because I'm leery at responding to text if I don't understand for fear of phishing or something. So, okay. Hearing examiner Ryan, questions for Ms. Crane?
Yeah, I have a few questions that won't take very long, but Mr. Gould did raise his hand there a moment. Mr. Gould, was there something you want to deal with preliminarily?
No, just before we go off the record this afternoon, total housekeeping matter on updated list of our exhibits. And I didn't realize that you were going to cross. Thank you.
Well, I think I uploaded your latest list
Thank
to
you.
Dropbox already, if
Thank
that
you.
was a question.
That was, and we just wanted.
And
to
Ms.
make sure-
Nanazi's as well. And maybe somebody else's, but for sure, New Energy Economies and yours. Go ahead, hearing examiner Ryan.
Ms. Crane, at page 54 of your direct testimony, I think it's important to actually just take the time to read this. You write beginning at 11, "I have been involved in PNM rate proceedings for many years, including various proceedings involving San Juan, the Four Corners Power Plant, and securitization. It is shocking to me to see the number of regulatory assets / liabilities that are currently in place for PNM." And then at 32, you scan back, 18 pages or whatever that is, or 22 pages. You write at beginning at line 14, "The company has exploited the use of regulatory assets and its proposed regulatory assets for a host of costs that should not qualify under traditional rate-making mechanisms." So when you use the word shocking, I mean, I'm assuming you're not using that cavalierly. That's like legitimate, or you're saying something of real import there.
I hope so. I mean, I think if you just look at between, pages 52, 53, and 54 of my testimony, I kind of lay out all the regulatory assets that the company either has or is seeking in this case or is seeking in other proceedings. And I think most people would agree that that's quite a number of regulatory assets.
And I discern from your testimony that effectively you're arguing that the exploitation that you identify, that these are matters that really should be dealt with in rate making, in rate cases, but are being, resolved outside of that process. And in doing so, the company is able to avoid some of these issues in these rate cases. Is that correct?
That is correct. And, I think even from a materiality standpoint, when you look at some of these, I mean, my own personal belief is that regulatory assets should be very infrequently used. But even apart from that, when you look at what they're asking for, I mean, the San Juan external legal expense was, I think it was like $87,000 or something that they want to amortize over 20 years. I mean, with a carrying cost, I mean, that's madness. The COVID costs, when you net the costs and the cost savings, you have a $900,000 amount of money for a company the size of PNM. That's small. The SO2 allowance credit, which actually goes into ratepayers' favor, that's a regulatory liability. That also is, I think, in the neighborhood of, let's call it $60,000 or $70,000. I mean, in my opinion, the first thing should be, how much money are we talking about? And if we're talking about very small amounts of money, I don't even think you need to go to step 2 to determine whether or not it should be a regulatory asset. I think the answer is clearly no, it should not be. Then if you have something that really is a significant cost and is material, then you can go through all the hosts of other tests that you can apply to determine whether or not you think it should be a regulatory asset or liability.
And as you're saying these things, should I understand that you're utilizing your knowledge of how other utilities conduct themselves and utilize these mechanisms?
I wish that were true. Unfortunately, other utilities are doing the same thing that PNM has done. I mean, other utilities are also trying to get as much as they can classified as regulatory assets. It's not unusual for a company to come in with a very small amount of money and say, this should be a regulatory asset. Why? Well, because it's not currently being collected in rates. Well, in my view, that's what risk, the risk portion of the return on equity is for. So companies more and more are attempting to push as much as they can, either into riders, into regulatory assets, into any kind of into future test years, into any kind of mechanism that will protect shareholders.
It's my understanding that regulatory assets are tools, and regulatory liabilities, I mean, sort of referring both of them when I say regulatory assets. I know they're different things, obviously, but just for shorthand there. These are tools within the exclusive control of commissions. Is that correct?
Yes, they have to determine when something is a regulatory asset or liability.
I remember, some time ago, I asked former hearing examiner Shanauer, our former division director, we have to learn more about these subjects. And he said, I wrote an RD that I tried to do that. And I've read that and I've studied this question. And I guess what I want to know from you, Ms. Crane, is in your own study of the subject of regulatory assets and liabilities, obviously they're accounting tools, but it seems ultimately these are legal mechanisms that carry out an accounting purpose. And I'm just wondering if you've had the opportunity to study the subject in any depth, and if you have any insights into the nature of regulatory assets and when they're appropriately utilized and when not.
Well, first of all, regulatory assets and regulatory liabilities are necessary in order to avoid the prohibition against retroactive rate making. So, when you mention the legal reasons, I mean, you can't go back and change rates after the fact. Generally,
doesn't it strike you as annoying sometimes that the utility is all foursquare for piecemeal rate making or creating regulatory assets and regulatory liability, regulatory assets, but then when one may be imposed, like in the show cause proceeding, I know we're not supposed to go there. We've settled that case. Sorry. that all heck breaks out.
Yes, I find that very annoying. Absolutely. Or when they say things like, well, we've been fair because we've applied carrying costs both to regulatory liabilities and regulatory assets. And then you look and they're asking for, millions of dollars of regulatory assets and an $80,000 regulatory liability. That doesn't seem equitable to me either. But
a regulatory asset essentially is a debt owing.
Well, from the ratepayers
Right.
owe the company.
Right.
Yes, right.
And a regulatory
Emanating-
liability is a debt owed by the utility.
Right, correct.
It's the
But these
Popeye
things-
principle.
Yeah, but these things just make sure I understand. These things, Ms. Crane, if you just said a moment ago, emanate ultimately from the concern with retroactive rate making. This is why they exist. Did
Correct.
I understand you correctly? Okay.
Yes.
And the
And that's
retroactive
why,
is legal
ahead.
in nature. That concern is one that's legal in nature. I mean, it's a unique legal principle that governs within utility proceedings, right?
It certainly is a utility rate making, policy. I don't know, I'm not sure about the legal grounds specifically, but certainly it is embedded in rate making.
All right, well, I think I'm going to advance hearing examiner Shanauer's work and see what we can figure out on the law. That's my task. Commissioner Ellison asked a lot of basically the things I wanted to talk about. So I'll leave it there. It's only 12:30 anyway. And your testimony was very clear, Ms. Crane. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
anything further, Commissioner Ellison?
I guess, Ms. Crane, you, when you were preparing this testimony, you were not thinking about the Four Corners prudency issue. Do you have any thoughts about what a fair resolution of that issue might be?
Well, as we've indicated in other testimony on this issue, we have concerns about the process that was used with regard to decision making at Four Corners. I think that there's reasonable evidence, and I'm not talking as a lawyer, but as a policy witness, that investment made after 2016 could be deemed to be imprudent. If that were the case, then I would think it would not be subject to recovery. I think that to the extent there is a stranded investment in Four Corners, again, the Attorney General has, generally been opposed to stranded cost recovery. We have entered into stipulations that resulted in 50-50 sharing between shareholders and ratepayers, and perhaps would entertain something like that with regard to prudent investment. With regard to imprudent investment, I don't think there should be any recovery from ratepayers. And I don't think that any imprudently incurred costs should be eligible for securitization. I don't think any imprudently incurred costs should be recoverable at all.
Thank you. I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, any redirect?
Just on one issue, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Crane, do you recall Mr. Alvidra's questions regarding your testimony on page 79 concerning credit cards and your opinion that that the use of credit cards might not be in the best interest of customers?
Yes.
And are you generally aware of what the current APRs are on credit cards?
I know they're very high. I don't know because I pay every month and make sure I do. But probably 18 to 25%, I would guess at this point.
And are you generally aware of what U.S. consumer credit card debt, whether it's higher or lower than it was during the pandemic?
I don't know specifically. I mean, I have seen studies and statistics in the past. I don't know what it is right now relative to the pandemic.
Would it surprise you that the Fed found it's $1 trillion, 1 trillion?
I'm sure I'm sure there's a lot of credit card debt out there, so that would not surprise me.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I wanted to just ask one follow-up question on that exact subject, but on the, I meant to ask it earlier, but then the conversation sort of went into like the big ticket items. So Ms. Crane, I spoke with Mr. Cervantes during his presentation, and he alluded to me that, or he didn't allude, he stated specifically that, this free ACH isn't free. And in fact, the credit card payer people pick up the tab on some of that cost. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear it, but I did read the transcript.
Did that change your opinion about the fee-free credit card thing at all?
Well, it didn't change my opinion about that, but it actually changed my opinion about the ACH. I was surprised to know that the ACH fees were actually embedded in the credit card fee, which I believe is what he indicated when he testified. And so I think that the AG, would be agreeable to socializing the ACH fee, because I think there should be. I think people should have an easy, free electronic way to pay their bills. And so if the company wanted to propose moving that, 16 cents or 20 cents or whatever it is, that's a conversation I think we could have. I was surprised that hadn't come up. I don't think that came up prior to his cross-examination. So that was kind of news to me when I read the transcript. And I think that's something that we would consider.
Thank you.
Is there anything further with Ms. Crane? Ms. Crane, it's always a tremendous privilege to have you involved in our cases, and we owe you a debt of gratitude for your work.
Thank you.
As always. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you all.
Your excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go to break, since they were the topics of the hour, I'd like to seek the admission of 3 additional commission exhibits. The first is P&M's response to bench request 3. It involves the values of the Four Corners power plant disallowances proposed by interveners and staff. That's Commission Exhibit 2. The response was sponsored by P&M witness Kyle Sanders. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 2? Hearing none, Commission Exhibit 2 is admitted into the record. The second, and it's labeled Commission Exhibit 2 Supplemental, is P&M's response to bench request. Hang on just a second. 3, right. It's the table with test period values of proposed disallowances. And again, that's labeled Commission Exhibit 2 Supplemental because it relates to Commission Exhibit 2, and that involves the table that the hearing examiners requested. That was also sponsored by P&M witness Sanders. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 2 Supplemental? Hearing none, Commission Exhibit 2 Supplemental is admitted. And finally, for now, I'd like to seek the admission of Commission Exhibit 3, which is P&M's response to bench request 5. That's the electronic versus non-electronic payment methods. That response was sponsored by P&M witness Cervantes. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 3? Hearing none, Commission Exhibit 3 is admitted. And with that, we're at 12:37. I would say we should take a short lunch break, but unfortunately I have a really important meeting that I have to attend during the lunch hour. So let's come back at 1:40 p.m.
Could you just tell us who's next? I'm so sorry. I just
No,
lost-
not at all. I believe it's Bernalillo County's witness, Maureen Reno.
Correct.
And then is it,
Okay.
and then is it Batson Kenny after that?
Kenny Batts is
Kenny-
what we had.
Kenny
Okay.
Batts and Ramey.
We can do it.
Thank
We
you.
can do it.
We can do it.
All right. Have a great lunch all. We'll see you at 1:40 PM. Thank you.
So Kenny Batts next.
No, it's going to be Ms. Crane. next, I
Reno.
believe.
Reno's next,
Reno.
Mr. Desai, and
Re-
then
I'm sorry.
Right,
Reno.
after Reno.
after Reno is Kenny, and then after Kenny Batts.
Who's on first?
Over or under?
Right.
See you hopefully before your next break.
Mr. Ryan, are we finishing up today no matter what, or did we know yet?
We don't know yet. That's what I was saying earlier. Someone's got YouTube. Miss Reno, if that was you, you just need to make sure that the YouTube stream is off if you were watching, because that will cause problems. But Mr. Lee, yeah, we're gonna do our best, see if we can make it happen.
Is that better?
Yeah, you just can't run YouTube and the Zoom live stream simultaneously.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
That's right. Not the first time that's happened. It's just produces a loop.
Am I on mute or can you hear me?
Okay, hear you. We can't see you.
There I am. Okay. Well, good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break on this 12th day of hearings. Mr. Albright, I saw your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, just one housekeeping order here as we introduce exhibits. For Bernalillo County Exhibits 3, 4, and 5, those were interrogatories and objections, and there were corrections that were issued. I don't anticipate having to use those, even though we listed those as Bernalillo County exhibits. So unless they come up in cross-examination, so forth, I don't plan on introducing those as necessary exhibits. And then what we had labeled as Bernalillo County exhibits A, B, C, and D, those are the administrative notice. And what we will do is provide an updated exhibit list following Ms. Reno's testimony here to update the exhibit list, if that's amenable.
Yes, but A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, those are administrative notice?
That is correct. We did reference a few of those in Ms. Reno's testimony.
Did you seek administrative putting those in the record yet? Exhibits A through J?
We had not.
Okay.
We would like them put in the record, but I don't plan on using. I may use Exhibit A during the potential redirect, but and there were no objections to any of those when we had filed those.
But you didn't seek admission of those, though, did you yet?
That is correct. We had not.
You specifically have to ask for admission of the exhibits for them to be entered in the record, just like we've been doing with administrative notice on 16276, and I have been doing with commission exhibits 1, 2, commission exhibit 2 supplemental, excuse me, and commission exhibit 3, right?
Yes, sir. And would it be appropriate then for me to request movement of those into the record on the record, or to do that separately?
I am on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
We'd have to do it on the record to see if there's any objection to any of them. So,
Yes, sir. Then I will move forward the admission of administrative notice Bernalillo County exhibits A through I.
okay. What about J?
We did add that later. That's correct. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. The list I was looking at did not include J. It would also include J. My apologies.
I'm not sure. This is looking at just A. It's a Fidelity Utilities Sector Outlook
That's correct. I believe it's
article.
8 pages. That's correct. And Ms. Reno did rely upon that as in part of her reference in her testimony, and she also had it footnoted in her testimony.
Well, looking at A, is there any objection to taking administrative notice of this exhibit?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Rick Alvidrez on behalf of PNM, yes, there's been no foundation for any administrative notice of this. If it was relied upon, certainly could have moved, could have included as part of the filing.
Yeah, let me just stop it here and say I'm leery of doing it in this piecemeal fashion, Mr. Albright. If you'd like to lay a foundation for these in the context of, say, cross-examination exhibits like we've been doing with the Mexico area and other parties, that would be fine. But just to sit here and go through these, I'm uncomfortable doing that. Also, we don't have the time for it right now. So let's do it in the context of either your examination of witnesses or, as you said, on redirect. We'll address them potentially. So with that, would Bernalillo County please call its witness?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hearing Examiner, Bernalillo County calls Maureen L. Reno as its witness.
Ms. Reno, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Marino. Maureen Reno, excuse me.
Good afternoon.
You have before you what has been marked as Bernalillo County Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Maureen Reno that was filed on by you on behalf of Bernalillo County. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
Was that direct testimony prepared under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that were asked at the time you prepared your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of the direct testimony of Maureen Reno.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Bernalillo County Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Reno, you also have before you what's been marked as the errata to the direct testimony of Maureen Reno. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
And that was filed on or about July 17, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And was that document with the assistance of counsel prepared under your supervision, direction, and control?
Yes, it was.
And that correction was a change, or I should say, a clarification with regard to one of the charts that was used in your previous testimony, correct?
Yes, it's meant to be a replacement for figure 4 on page 51 of Exhibit 1.
And with respect to that errata, if you were asked for the accuracy of that, would your response today be the same as was prepared at the time that the errata was filed in the proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, with that, I move for the admission of the errata to the direct testimony of Maureen Reno.
Is there any objection?
Bernalillo County Exhibit 2.
Hearing none, Bernalillo County Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, with that, I offer Ms. Reno for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Mr. Alvidrez, I believe the company reserved 30 minutes with Ms. Reno.
I think we're down to about 30 minutes, but Mr. Hearing Examiner, in the interest of time and trying to complete this case by today, will waive cross of Ms. Reno.
You certainly don't have to, but we appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Alvidrez. I want to be clear, we'll take as long, we'll go to Monday if we need to, but please don't feel compelled to waive your cross-examination, but we do appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Okay, next up is the Water Authority. Mr. Herman, 15 minutes.
Aside from wishing Ms. Reno a good day and thanking her for her testimony, I do not have any cross-examination.
Again, we appreciate the Water Authority's offer on this issue to waive cross-examination, and it's greatly appreciated and accepted, but it is not necessary. So please, I just want to put that on the record that we're not attempting to compel the end of this hearing prematurely. We want the parties' due process rights to be fully vindicated in all respects. But it is, again, Mr. Herman, thank you. Hearing Examiner Ryan. Oh, we do have Commissioner Ellison on. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for Ms. Reno? How about you, Hearing Examiner Ryan?
No, I have nothing for Ms. Reno. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just wait a second to see if I don't. Do we have another commissioner on? Do you see? I
don't see. I just see Commissioner Ellison.
okay.
And he may have, stepped away and just left his machine running. So.
Right. Okay. Well, I personally, I don't have anything for Ms. Reno, but it is always good to see you and to have your testimony, Ms. Reno. Sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess with the commissioner not coming on, he may have just left Zoom on. I'm just pausing for a second to see. I guess we'll just go ahead and excuse Ms. Reno. Thank her for her testimony. Ms. Reno, you're excused. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Hearing Examiners Medeiros and Ryan.
Of course. Well, let's move on to the next witness on our schedule that I'm pulling up. It is Mr. Kinney for CCAE. Mr. Salen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you. Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy calls Mr. Michael Kinney.
Calls Mr.
Michael Kinney.
Thank you.
K-E-N-N-E-Y.
Now, I think it would be nice if Mr. DeSayan, is Mr. Kennedy with us?
He should be.
Ah, here he comes. I was gonna say, I wish you could just conjure him into existence. That would be a neat trick. But here he did come into the waiting room. I'm admitting him.
I think he might have been a little bit surprised at how quickly the last witness went.
Figured as much.
Okay, I see him there. Mr. Lee, could you swear the witness in, please?
Could you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not penny should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Kenney, M-I-C-H-A-E-L K-E-N-N-E-Y.
And where are you employed, Mr. Kenney?
I'm a senior program manager at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project.
And what is your business address there?
My business address is 2334 North Broadway, Suite A, and that's Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to refer you to a document that's been marked as CCAE1. Can you identify it, please?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
Okay, and when was that filed?
June 23rd,
2023?
2023. Yeah.
Okay. And did you prepare it?
Yes.
And are there any corrections that you would like to make to your direct testimony?
Upon reviewing my direct testimony, yes. I acknowledge that I incorrectly stated that the time of day pilot only applied to small commercial or small power customers under the non-residential category, when in fact it applies to a much broader set, only excluding those on rate schedule 6, 2, and 36B. I make that incorrect statement on page 10 of my direct testimony, lines 18 and 19.
Okay, and does that correction change any of your conclusions in your testimony?
No.
And with that correction, is your testimony accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, with that correction, yes.
Okay, and again, with that correction, do you adopt Exhibit 1 as your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this point, I'd like to move for the admission of CCAE Exhibit 1.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, CCAE Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Okay, now, Mr. Kinney, I'd like to refer you to CCAE Exhibits 2 through 17 and ask you, were those exhibits attached to your testimony, Exhibit 1, when it was filed in June of 2023?
Yes.
And I would go ahead and I don't think it's necessary to have Mr. Kinney identify each one since they're already were included in our filings. At this point, I'd like to move for the admission of CCAE Exhibits 2 through 17.
Hearing Examiner, I do have a concern with some of these, if I may.
I have a concern that they weren't attached to the testimony and made exhibits to the testimony myself. Go ahead.
Well, and to be fair, we didn't raise this with CCA previously, and we probably should have in the interest of just working with them. But when I was going through things in preparation for today, I noticed that the CCA exhibits 4 through I think 17 are all discovery responses from PNM, and they look like they're a copy and paste. So they're not the actual documents as we normally see them with the cover page, the responses blocked out that aren't part of the set, that they just look like a copy and paste. So I had myself tried to compare to make sure, for example, all the objections were in there, and I think they are. I mean, I think they're accurate, but it looks very unconventional, I guess, because it does not look like our discovery responses.
So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could respond to that.
Yes, go ahead.
So, and I have to admit, I'm a little bit new to the PRC procedures, but this is my understanding that this is how it's been done in the past, and I know CCAE has done it this way in the past, and I agree that it's not exactly conventional. But given what we've heard in this hearing so far, we're already working on putting together what would be replacement exhibits, which are the responses to those interrogatories with the title page, the relevant interrogatories and responses, and the affirmation, and we will submit those shortly. So I think that addresses Ms. Perlinger's objection. And then as far as they're being attached, they were attached to the testimony of Mr. Kenny when it was originally filed. And they were included in the Dropbox submission that we made with Mr. Kenny's testimony. So they were all together, they just weren't included all in one document, as they are separate documents, in fact. And you know, one of them is an article which Mr. Kenny didn't write, so it wouldn't really be accurate for him to say that he prepared all of this testimony when, you know, some of this stuff that's in there is not stuff that he personally prepared. And there haven't, up until just now, there haven't been any objections to what was submitted back in June of 2023.
I'm actually an e-docket. That's why you don't hear me talking, because I want to see how you filed Mr. Kinney's testimony. Yeah, all the exhibits are, I'm just scrolling through the all the,
Mr. Medeiros, can I interject a second?
yeah, please help me out here.
Mr. DeSalen, I in no way would, you know, be a stickler for form over substance. I'll say
That's
that right
my
off the
job.
bat.
That's my job.
But this exact, I was just thinking about this. We had the grid mod proceeding together, and this exact thing happened. And I noted for you there that the typical protocol, I'm reading the transcript right here. It's a between you and I told you generally the protocol is, for instance, these would all be exhibits or attachments is generally the way to do it, but that's fine. You're just moving for the admission of one exhibit, and then all of those attachments get attached to that testimony. So
why don't,
again, it's not to be a jerk about it.
That's my job. I mean, when I hear somebody else's ears or hair is going to singe in a minute, because you know, when I hear, well, I followed the protocol that was in past cases, that is better than saying that hearing examiner X or Y let me do it this way. But I'm looking at, in all seriousness, CCAE Exhibit 7, for instance, and that doesn't appear to be the font that PNM uses.
And
in its discovery responses, which is Times Roman, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Williker?
Yeah, and I would.
So that's a reproduction that's not.
Yes.
And again, that's not acceptable. And you may not have been in hearings where we went over this precise thing in the past, going back 6 or 7 years, but this is not acceptable.
Well, I have an offer because I did spot check this last night, and I think these are all accurate, to be fair to Mr. DeSale. I mean, at the best of my review in the late evening hours. So, and we did not raise this previously.
I don't understand though why it ends up in e-docket filed as consistent with your conversation with hearing examiner Ryan, and this is to Mr. DeSalen. That's how it appears on June 23rd. The exhibits are attached. So what I suggest with regard to going back to CCA Exhibit 1 is that it be represented in the form that it was filed on June 23rd, 2023, which is consistent with all the other testimony that has been admitted in the case, as far as I'm aware. And with you already indicated that you're fixing some of the exhibits. So I'm going to go back on my ruling on CCA Exhibit 1 and mark provisional, because I wasn't aware of this problem with the exhibits to it. So we can go ahead with the cross-examination of Mr. Kinney, but for CCAE Exhibit 1 to be admitted, it must include the exhibits as was filed on June 23, 2023 in eDocket or InfoShare, whichever your pleasure is on the commission's records site. Is that feasible, Mr. DeSalen?
That is feasible, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We will do that shortly. And I apologize for taking up the proceeding time over this and for not entirely following, I guess, Hearing Examiners Ryan's previous instructions. I didn't remember exactly what he had said. So my apologies. We'll take care of it. And I still have a rebuttal exhibit for Mr. Kenny to introduce, which I will do directly.
Okay, please do. And to
Okay.
be clear, CCAE 1 Exhibit 1 is admitted provisionally subject to attachment of the exhibits to his testimony, which are referred to in his testimony. And we're not going to consider the separate itemized exhibits. It was.
And just go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mr. DeSalen, sir, I take no offense to it at all. It's perfectly fine. I'm absolutely more interested in the substance than the exact form. But of course, the form is what allows the record to be clear later. And so all of these procedures have a purpose, and that's just for clarity. So it's a mulligan.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. Just I engage in proceedings before a lot of administrative agencies and federal and state courts, and I'm used to keeping exhibits separate.
That's perfectly fine, but that hasn't been the practice in my cases where, again, as I understand it, the witness is referring to these documents in his testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
They should be attachments to that testimony. And they will be. And if they are done that way, and PNM doesn't have any objections to those exhibits, or anybody else doesn't have any objections to those exhibits, then CCAE Exhibit 1 will be admitted unconditionally. Okay, let's move on to CCAE Exhibit, the next CCAE exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So, Mr. Kenny, I would like to refer you to a document that's been marked as CCAE Exhibit 18. Can you identify
So
it, please?
I'm sorry, the exhibit number, and for some reason you're muffling in and out.
18.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. That's Exhibit 18. Can you identify it, please?
Yes, that is my rebuttal testimony in this case, filed July 28th, 2023.
Okay, and did you prepare it?
Yes.
And are there any changes that you would like to make to it at this time?
No specific changes other than it does have the same reference to the time of day pilot only being applicable to small power customers.
Okay, and with that correction, accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And again, with that correction, adopt it as your testimony today.
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for the admission of
Is there any objection?
I don't think yeah.
Is there any objection to the admission of CCAE Exhibit 18?
No, Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Hearing none, CCAE Exhibit 18 is admitted.
Thank you. And the witness is off cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Williger? You have
Yes.
30 minutes with Mr. Kenny. Please proceed.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Kenny.
Afternoon.
My name is Sabria Twilliger. I'm one of the attorneys for PNM. I want to start with your recommendations regarding the customer charge, sorry. I guess the hearing's getting long for me too. You propose a lower customer charge than what PNM has proposed, isn't that right?
Yes,
So PNM proposed $10.67 and you've proposed $8.89 per month for the residential customer charge. Is that right?
yes,
So you capped your increase of the customer charge at no more than 25% over the current customer charge. Do I have that right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the basis of your recommendation is that higher customer charges disproportionately impact lower income customers and discourage energy efficiency. Do I have that right?
It would disproportionately impact energy efficiency and the ability to recover kind of the investment made through energy efficiency. And then to the extent that low-income users are in blocks 1 primarily or block 2, then it would impact them as well, disproportionately.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you review Dr. Pitts's direct testimony? I assume you did since you're responding to it.
Yes,
Okay. She found that about 30% of low-income customers have usage that falls exclusively in block 1, right?
I believe that sounds correct. Yes.
Do you want me to point you or do you want to accept it subject to check? I can point you there if you.
Subject to check.
Okay. So about 70% of low-income customers have use in block 2 and 3. Does that sound about right?
Added together, I believe so, subject to check.
And do you think that low-income customers who have usage in block 2 and 3 have a higher energy burden?
It would depend on their income, whether or not they're energy burdened or not.
But if they're already classified as a low-income customer and they have usage in block 2 and 3, that would, just by deduction, it would likely make them have a higher energy burden. Would you agree with that?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so your proposal here, for in terms of where you would shift those customer related costs by reducing PNM's proposed customer charge is to shift it to block 2 and 3 and the block 2 and 3 energy charge. Is that right?
The non-summer portion.
Of block 2 and 3 usage, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if to the extent, and I know you didn't fully agree with me, but to the extent that these low income customers who have usage in block 2 and 3 have a higher energy burden, sorry, let me rephrase that question. So by shifting those customer related costs to the non-summer block 2 and 3 energy charges, to the extent that low income customers have a higher energy burden because of that shifting of cost, I mean, would you agree with it? What you have done, I'm sorry, is to lower the customer charge, but that could impact those customers, those low income customers who already have a high energy burden. I'm sorry if I need to repeat that. I can.
I believe I've got the spirit of the question
Okay.
here. And my intention was to try to limit across the board impacts to low income customers, but recognizing that if there is going to be a rate increase, both volumetric and customer charge, there will be people who are impacted by that. And so the analysis that I performed, which was included there in my direct testimony as Exhibit 17, where I compared what Dr. Pitts had proposed in showing that energy usage breakdown, both by low income and non-low income, showing there that the majority of the impact would be in those who are in the 80th and 90th percentile of users. So that the highest energy users, largely regardless of income. And in my mind, that was in keeping with PNM's focus to keep block rates conservation minded. In that block 3 is not something you necessarily want to have to break into.
Okay. And I think that that's fair. I guess the question I have is that the likelihood, if there's a low income customer, we're assuming they're low income customer, and they have usage in block 3, and that's what your proposal affects most is, I mean, not just low income, but in my scenario, if you're a low income customer and you have usage in block 3, your scenario most negatively, or your proposal to shift customer related costs to those other blocks impacts them the most. Would you be able to agree with me on that?
For, yeah, given my proposal, low income customers in the, I guess, the top 20% of users would see a potential bill increase.
Yes. And so I guess my question for you, and I don't know if you've thought about it, is that I would, just by reason of deduction, I would think that those low income customers who have the usage in that highest 20th percentile are some of the most energy burdened low income customers. Would you, or could potentially be the most energy burdened low income customers? Could you agree with me on that?
It's possible that they are.
Okay. All right. So who else does a lower customer charge benefit?
A lower customer charge.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it could benefit a lot of people. You'd have to be more specific.
Yeah. Would it benefit customers who are not billed for any energy usage or limited energy usage?
Yes, I'm assuming you're referring to customers who perhaps have solar, rooftop solar.
Net meter customers?
Net metered customers, yes.
What about?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
There's a distinction there though, where, I think it'd be better to treat solar customers separately as opposed to lumping them in with the customers who don't have solar, but that's not something that we're dealing with in this case.
We're not there yet, right?
Yeah.
So you understand that PNM has about 28,000 net metered solar customers. I believe that was in Dr. Pitts's rebuttal. I can point you to a page if you'd like to go look at that.
I will take your word for it, subject to check.
Okay. And of those 28,000 net meter customers, 90% of them have at least 1 month of zero usage where they only pay the customer charge. Would you agree that's very possible?
In New Mexico, yes, that is probably.
Okay. And did you review Dr. McMenamin's rebuttal testimony at all?
I am not as familiar with that, no.
Okay. So you don't know if he's projected that PNM will add 88 megawatts of behind the meter solar between the end of the base period and the end of the test period. You're not aware of that figure, I assume then?
I might have seen the figure, but I wouldn't feel comfortable agreeing to the numbers without checking.
Would you believe at least or agree that in PNM service territory, the number of net meter customers increases every year? I mean, we're adding net meter customers all the time. Would you think that was the case?
I would suspect that yes, PNM is adding behind the meter solar.
So to the extent that net meter customers under your proposal pay even less of the customer related costs than they would under PNM's proposal, other residential customers have to pick up those customer related costs that net meter customers aren't paying for in their energy charges. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, the PNM's revenue it needs to collect is if you hold that constant, then yes, if someone's bill is zero, that money has to come somewhere else.
Okay. And are you familiar at all with the community solar construct in New Mexico, or have you looked into that at all?
I am not familiar with that.
All right. So let's discuss your TOD testimony now. My understanding is you generally support PNM's pilot, but you suggest some changes to the pilot. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you just on direct with your counsel, you've noted that you had made an error, that that you understand now that the non-residential TOD pilot applies to more than just the small power class. In fact, it applies to all non-residential classes except 36B and the lighting classes. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you stated with your counsel that it didn't change any of your testimony. So I'm just curious, Mr. Kenny, if I look at CCA Exhibit 1, you have these figures MK5 and MK6 that sort of are the basis of your proposal of changing the hours for not the non-residential TOD pilot. If you reran those scenarios for load beyond the small power rate class.
I did not have that information, no, to run that.
So, so I suppose, but you're still standing by your recommendation in terms of the on-peak period. Well, what is your recommendation for the on-peak period for non-residential customer classes? Let's start there.
My recommendation is that in the summer, it be a 5 to 8 p.m. Peak. And in the non-summer, also a 5 to 8 p.m. peak only.
Okay, so since you didn't have access to the data to rerun that for loads for all non-residential customer classes who are eligible, we don't know if those figures still support the reasons why you're suggesting that the time frame be shrunk from 5 to 10 to 5 to 8. Is that correct?
Those figures were only a portion of why I came to that recommendation to shorten it.
Okay. Do you generally agree that PNM's net load, peak load is going to shift to later in the day as time goes on? Would you generally agree with that concept?
Yes, I think, I mean, I don't know the ability to bring it in, but I believe you just filed a bench request that does show that. So.
Right. And well, let's talk about, I know it hasn't been admitted, but let's talk about that bench request if we can, since it has been filed. Is there any objection, hearing examiner, if I ask him questions related to that bench request? Okay, all right. I did.
No.
It was you all's request, so I just wanted to make sure you guys didn't have a problem with that. So
I still have some work to do on bench requests too.
okay.
So
So if you have that bench request, the response to bench request night, Mr. Kenny, you have access to that then, I presume?
Yes.
So if you're looking at just comparing 27 to 2023 in terms of the hour ending, does it look like PNM's net peak load is shifting to later hours in the day?
Yeah, the net peak looks like it's moved from hour ending 4 or 5 to hour ending 6, 7.
Okay. And are you looking at the hour of highest daily net load? How far down are you looking generally to make that assessment?
Well, I mean, if we're just looking at the highest hour, then that would be that conclusion.
Okay. And so I think in your rebuttal, you even stated that as more solar is added to PNM's system, the expected net peak will be later in the day. I think it's at your CCA Exhibit 18 at pages 13 to 14. Can you turn there and see if that's what you stated?
Do you have a line number?
Sure.
And just for reference, Mr. Williger, which bench request were you? I was trying to look through real time to find it.
The response to bench request 9, which we just filed, like Mr.
All
Kenny
right.
on top of it, because we just filed that over the lunch break.
Well, it's already in the Dropbox folder labeled Commission Exhibit 7.
Okay. So, sorry, I guess I didn't have a clear.
No worries.
I guess I was garnering from your statement, Mr. Kenny, and you can say if you can agree with me or not, at the bottom of page 13 that says PNM should not be looking to the past system peaks when deciding how to shape load on the system today and in the future years. And then if you flip over to page 14, you state that a pilot program should be free to test for the needs, not of the past, but today and the future. So I was probably extrapolating from that statement that you agree that as PNM system is changing, including as more solar is added, that the net peak load is shifting, and therefore the highest risk hours are going to be later in the day. Do you agree with my extrapolation, or would you like to clarify?
I think, yes, as if we're looking at the net peak, it is as more solar gets added to the system, then the net peak, solar plus battery, then the net peak is going to be moving later into the evening. To what extent it will continue to do that in the future, I don't know. But we have seen over the last 6 years, it has moved.
Okay, thank you. And one last line of questions. You suggest that PNM should offer enabling technologies with their TOD pilot rates. That's like page 19 of your CCA Exhibit 1.
Yes.
And how would you, and obviously PNM did not propose that, right? Which is why you offer that recommendation.
Yes.
I mean, how would you propose, would you propose those enabling technologies be offered for free to all the customers who enroll in the program?
That's one pathway PNM could take as an incentive to enrollment. But there are, PNM also offers programs within their energy efficiency portfolio that they could direct connect those pilot participants to as well.
Okay.
So there are many ways that they could offer this enabling technology.
All right. That's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Thank you, hearing examiners, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Williger. The Water Authority requested 5 minutes with Mr. Kenny. Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Fully recognizing you would allow me all the time I requested, I have no questions for Mr. Kenny.
I appreciate that, Mr. Herman. Thank you. Ms. Regensburg for staff has 20 minutes with Mr. Kenny. Is that correct, Ms. Regensburg?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Hi, Mr. Kenny. Okay to go? Sorry.
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
My name is Gloria Regensburg. I work with the Public Regulation Commission in the Legal Division, and I'm representing the Utility Division staff this afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So would you please take a look at your direct testimony, I guess, Exhibit 1, CCA Exhibit 1 on page 6, please?
Okay.
And taking a look at lines 3 through 10. So in this testimony, you discuss your opinion of cost incurrence and how you believe the cost recovery through the use of time of use rates should align with the cost incurrence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you address cost allocation or raise any concerns with PNM's allocation of costs in your direct or rebuttal testimony?
No, my explanation here is more to the value of time of use rates, not necessarily explicitly evaluating PNMs.
Okay, great. Thank you. And let's take a look at your rebuttal testimony, CCAE Exhibit 18, also page 6.
Okay.
We're looking at lines 10 through 18. So on lines 12 through 13, you state, in general, times of highest cost on the system are driven by the net system peak. Is that an accurate reading of that sentence there?
You said page 6.
Page
Sorry, I
6.
just want to make sure.
Correct, yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm there now.
Okay, so line 12 and 13.
Uh-huh.
The sentence that starts, in general, times of highest cost on the system are driven by the net system peak. You see that sentence? Is that
Yes.
an accurate reading of the sentence in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have analysis? What type of analysis did you perform relative to PNM system that forms the basis for that statement?
My analysis is correlation between what we see with other utilities and how they are assessing their values, their hourly values, including avoided energy costs, avoided generation capacity, avoided transmission and distribution costs. And so that's what I was introducing in my rebuttal testimony in figure 2 as an example.
Okay. Okay. All right. Does the highest cost to which you are referring include fuel and purchase power costs?
It's not exclusive of those necessarily. But
is that also
I do
true?
not.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that was all.
Okay, thanks. But there's no specific analysis that you did on that?
Specific to PNM's fuel purchasing?
No, specific to that statement, the highest time in times of highest cost on the system, they're driven by the net system peak.
Well, only in as much that in my assessment of time of use rates, the goal is to align that peak period with the times of highest use or highest cost that the utility is incurring. And when we look at how other commissions and other utilities have designed their time of use rates and have discussed them, they've focused on the net peak period. That's both in California and Colorado.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, should base rates be designed based on fuel and purchase power costs?
I have no opinion on that.
Okay. Let's take a look at your rebuttal testimony, page 6 at lines 15 and 16. You have it? So it says the net system peak is the load remaining when renewable energy generation is removed. Is that an accurate reading of the statement there on 15 and 16?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me can you tell me the difference between loads and resources?
Loads are the demand that customers are putting on the system, and resources are what we use to meet that demand.
Okay, thank you. Is PNM required to maintain a certain amount of generation planning reserves?
Yes.
And doesn't that mean for capacity planning purposes, PNM must maintain adequate generation resource capacity to meet its projected peak load plus their planning reserve requirements?
Yes.
Thank you. Is PNM required to maintain operating generation reserves? It could be a combination of spinning or non-spinning reserves.
That's my understanding as part of maintaining their system. Yes.
Okay, and could you describe to me the types of reserves and what amounts or percentage of each?
I cannot know.
And our loads and generation resources are clearly not the same thing, are they? Well, I guess you answered that earlier. Never mind. Refer to the question and answer in your rebuttal testimony, page 6, line 19. And then we're going to go through to page 7 to lines 1 through 15. So my next question is going to address that section of the testimony. Oh, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that PNM does not include loads being served by behind the meter generation at the time of their system peak as part of their system peak?
Could you repeat that?
Mm-hmm. Are you aware that PNM does not include loads being served by behind the meter generation at the time of their system peak as part of their system peak?
Well, according to the information that was provided to me from PNM, which was their system load, and then it had a column for the generation of behind the meter for the test year, that was the basis of my analysis over those lines. So I think at least that information does include it.
Okay, yes, thank you. Are you aware that PNM's base rates do not recover fuel and purchase power costs that are recovered through PNM's fuel clause? Or fuel and purchase power clause?
Yes.
Okay. And let's take a look at your rebuttal testimony on page 9. And we're going to look at figure 2. So lines 10 through 12.
Okay.
So this is kind of a long question also, so I apologize, but do the average hourly value of energy values that are described in figure 2 that are reflected in your graph include fuel and purchase energy costs?
This is not a graph that I prepared. This is a graph that was prepared by a contractor for the California Public Utilities Commission to calculate avoided energy costs, as well as many other avoided costs that utilities see in their territory. I cannot give you a specific answer whether or not fuel purchase type rider is included in that value.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that, those are all my questions. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Regensburg. I believe that's all the cross-examination of Mr. Kenny. Hearing examiner Ryan, do you have any questions for Mr. Kenny?
Just one. Mr. Kenny, yesterday I had dialogue, or not yesterday, I don't remember what day it was, previously when I was speaking with Dr. Pitts. She and I had a discussion about blocks and income. And her basic conclusion that she articulated was that it is wrong, or that it's not wrong, it's too strong of a word perhaps, but it is not accurate to conclude that low use equals low income, or alternatively, that high use equals high income. Do you agree with that assertion by Dr. Pitts?
Yes, I think we'll see people at all incomes spread across the energy consumption kind of curve. And I think PNM's data supported that.
Do you also agree with Dr. Pitts when she said that the principal concern is not how much, but when power is used?
I mean, there's always an effort for efficiency, so that the how much question is still valuable, since the cheapest, cleanest electron is the one we never used. But yes, it is becoming increasingly important to understand when we're using energy, especially as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions.
Commissioner Ellison then inquired whether inclining block rate structures are obsolete. Do you have an opinion on that subject?
While inclining block rates are very good at incentivizing conservation at any time of the year. But yeah, I agree that they are not good at indicating to the customer that the cost of capacity or energy is more expensive in the evening than it may be in the middle of the day, or that the carbon emissions from your electricity consumption are low in the middle of the day and higher in the evening and overnight.
Would it be conservation minded to not utilize energy being curtailed? I know that's a
Well,
weird question.
yeah, no, no.
What I'm getting at is, I wonder to what extent you're saying, well, inclining block structure with an increasing price over the amount utilized is in fact conservation oriented. But we know one of the major problems now is when you have excess solar capacity, you have to effectively curtail use. And I'm not suggesting that you need to just go spend energy recklessly, but I just wonder, I would challenge to what extent that thought even continues to hold.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have to be curtailing generation that could be otherwise used for productive purposes. So I think having a rate that encourages people to use what would have otherwise been curtailed is important. But I think that also points more to perhaps a system planning of how much solar are you putting onto your system relative to how much storage or other end uses that can make use of it, knowing that solar only is generating on a limited time basis each day.
Okay, that's really all my questions for you, Mr. Kenny. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kinney, trying to find out if commissioners or commissioner may have any questions for you. But in the meantime, I'll just move to redirect for Mr. DeSalen. Oh, there is Commissioner Ellison. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for Mr. Botts?
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Apologies, Mr. Kenny. I know who you are. You've testified before me before, and I always appreciate your testimony. So apologies.
No offense taken.
Yes, I have been stealthily listening for a little while, so my apologies for that. But I appreciate the discussion, and I guess on the block rate issue, we sort of, it's interesting. In New Mexico, we have one utility, at least SPS, that does not use inclining block rates. They have a flat rate, whereas obviously PNM has a long history of using inclining block rates. What are your thoughts around electric vehicle adoption and inclining block rates? Are, on one hand, you could say that inclining block rates are incentivizing conservation. On the other hand, you could say that they are unfairly, making it less attractive for people to own electric vehicles. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that if the state and federal policy is to encourage adoption of electric vehicles or other electric appliances, then to the extent your electricity rates are significantly higher than say your gas rates or whatever the comparative fuel would be, then it, to the customer's perspective, would be punitive to make that switch.
And especially for winter heating, right? If someone were considering, say, heat pumps instead of gas, and they've got this inclining block structure that's being proposed here, that would really disincentivize someone, wouldn't it?
It could. It would depend, obviously, on the size of the system and their house, but it would depend on what their other electric loads are if they're going to get out of block 1 or 2 during that period. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being more of a problem for someone in the Santa Fe and north, but Albuquerque south might get by a little easier.
Okay. And in terms of the time of day pilot, what is your main critique of what PNM has proposed?
The main critique we brought forward was the time that they proposed, the peak times, and specifically having a non-summer morning peak period. Nothing we have seen from PNM's test year or from their planning shows that the morning period is either a time of high risk or necessarily a time of high cost compared to what we see in the summer. So from that perspective, and taking the viewpoint of a customer being educated about this rate, having a morning period just, in our opinion, was unnecessary. And then specific to the non-residential side, their summer peak was 5 hours from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. In our opinion, that is too long. We recommended it to mirror what they were proposing for the residential, that 5 to 8 p.m., which, as we saw with what PNM just put forward in their bench request number 9, that period 5 to 8 p.m. covers much more of the highest load hours than 9 or 10 p.m. does. And so, in my opinion, and to get people on board for this pilot, you want to have something that is streamlined and easy to understand, and not too punitive.
On the residential side, do you think what is offered is attractive? Let's put aside the morning peak hour question. Do you believe that the current proposal, which is summertime, 8 cents a kilowatt hour, non-peak, 33 cents a kilowatt hour for the 3 hours on peak, and then the much smaller differential in non-summer months, do you think that will be attractive to customers?
I can't say it would be attractive, but I think it is reflective of the value of energy at those times. And the hope with that rate is to encourage behavioral shifts in those customers. So the 33 about cents summer peak is not attractive from the sense of I want to run all my equipment, but it is attractive in the sense that it would encourage customers to move their load out of those hours.
Right, but if I'm a lower use customer and I'm paying 8 cents a kilowatt hour all the time, am I going to be interested in this pilot?
So you're assuming you'd say be in block 1 or some other.
Let's just say I'm in block 1. Would I be interested in this pilot?
Potentially, it would depend on what end uses, what equipment you have in your house. So just because at a monthly level you're staying below that threshold, it doesn't mean at an hourly level you would. So there is a potential you could move a lot more of your load around, and that's assuming that block 1 would stay the same, forever. But
Well,
Yeah, I think there is value.
the block one fixed price is lower than the off-peak summer price.
Yeah.
So it'd be pretty hard to make that work out to be a savings, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think for a pilot period where, you're attracting, I think what I've heard it called in the hearing here, early adopters to this pilot. I think the cost savings is going to should be one, marketing avenue, but I think for folks who are perhaps low users, the ability to reduce their own carbon footprint is perhaps another way to look at it. That if my energy is the same at all times, I'm not incentivized to move my consumption around, even if I know that, a natural gas plant is powering a lot of my usage in the evenings and overnight. And if I'm a climate conscious person, perhaps I want to have a rate that incentivizes me in that way.
Just one other question. Is it offering enough of a discount during the solar production customers to incentivize people to use power in those hours?
Are you sorry, could you clarify that or repeat that?
So with the residential time of day pilot, is it offering a low enough price during solar production hours to incentivize people to use more power during that time?
It is in the sense that it's much more expensive outside of that time for that 3 hour window. I'm sure it's entirely feasible to offer a slightly reduced rate during solar hours. I think PNM noted that this is a pilot for a reason, that they want to understand how people do respond to these signals. And so ideally people do, but I think if the middle of the day price is not low enough, then yeah, it might stunt participation or stunt the load shifting that occurs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kinney. I appreciate your answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. DeSalen, any redirect?
No, I have no redirect, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hearing Examiner Ryan, anything further? Mr. Kinney, as I indicated before, I've had you testify before me before in a recent case, at least one recent case. And I appreciate your testimony there, and I greatly appreciate your testimony in this case as well. And I look forward to seeing you again soon, sir. You are excused. Thank you, sir. Okay, now moving on, as I prematurely did a few minutes ago, let's move to Western Resource Advocates witness. Ms. Beatles?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Western Resource Advocates calls Brendan J. Botts. I sent him the Zoom link. Oh,
He's
there
been
it shows.
admitted. He's connecting to audio.
Great.
Can you folks hear me in the room?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
So for the record, please state your name and your employer.
Brendan Botts, employer is Gable Associates.
And do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony you filed on behalf of WRA on June 23rd, 2023?
I do.
And other than those corrections that were identified in the errata we filed on August 8th, do you have any additional ones?
No additional corrections from me.
And if you were to answer today the same questions contained in your direct testimony, which we listed as WRA Exhibit 1, if you were to answer today those same questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 1.
Is there any objection? WRA Exhibit 1 is admitted.
So I now pass the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. PNM had 15 minutes. Mr. Gifford?
Yes,
Good
Your-
afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Mr. Botts, nice to see you. Just
Hello.
a few questions, if I might. My name is Ray Gifford. I'm attorney for PNM in this matter, just to identify myself. I'm going to share my screen and ask you a question on what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 55. I'm competent to do that. There we go. I think that's working. Do you see that, Mr. Botts?
I do.
And do you recognize this report? I'm on the cover page, and I'm just going to ask you a quick question about something you say later. Could you identify this if you recognize it?
I do recognize it. That's a report that I wrote in 2017 about rate design.
Thank you. And I want to go to something you say early on in this on page 2. And I'm sorry about that highlight mark. I'm not dexterous enough to get rid of it. But if I could read to you this quote, you said time of use rates charge a different fee based on the time of day or season. A higher price is charged during on-peak hours when strain is highest on the electric system and costs are highest for utilities. Off-peak time periods have the lowest charges and occur when demand on the utility system and costs are the lowest. Is that what you said in 2017, Mr. Botts?
It is.
And do you still believe that should be the principle that drives time of use rate making?
I do. I still think that should be the primary principle that drives TOU rate design.
So that when electricity costs are the highest, that's when the time of use rate should correlate to that higher rate. Is that correct?
No, it's actually about when the demand is highest, causing the highest price increases on the system. So it's related to high energy prices, but it's also related to high demand on the system that could increase distribution or transmission costs as well. So to me, it's a combination of high energy prices and high demand as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you think in PNM's proposal here that PNM has chosen the right times to meet this criteria?
So I did do an initial review of that, and I thought the times were reasonable. I know there's been some discussion on that issue in the case. For me, from a pilot perspective, I think it's reasonable, but I do think those times should be revisited in a few years and refreshed as needed when the pilot concludes.
Because we're trying to learn, is that right?
Correct.
And do you think that historic gross peak data is relevant to setting time of use rates going forward?
No, I think the net is much more critical.
Thank you. And if I get your testimony as to the time of use pilot correct, you basically are saying more faster. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think you could read it that way. I mean, I have some concerns about PNM study design, obviously, and I think the study design is really not that well aligned with the objectives of the study, but I do agree with your characterization. More faster is right. I mean, there's a lot of pilot studies done on TOU rates, and there's been a lot of studies done on these types of rates over the last 30 to 40 years. So I don't think we necessarily need a lot of pilot study. But I think that, P&M's enrollment target of 7,500 customers is high enough to where I don't think it's necessarily going to be as much of an issue. But yeah, I think more faster is correct.
And I see you had some problems with PNM's control group. Are you concerned there about adverse selection, or what is your concern?
Well, my concern on the P&M control group is mainly focused on, my initial understanding of the company's recruitment approach to the TOU rate. My initial understanding of P&M's recruitment to the TOU rate was the company was going to be targeting customers who may fare better on a TOU rate. Customers who are more tech savvy, customers who own larger homes, customers who have air conditioning, customers who may just be, better off under a TOU rate. So my concern with that recruitment approach is that if the control group is developed out of those customers who enroll in the TOU rate, that P&M is going to be comparing, and this was discussed during the testimony of Dr. Pitts, they're called more early adopters versus early adopters. And I still generally share that concern. And I think there's a few ways to address that. I mean, I had suggested developing a control group out of P&M's regular residential class, which I think could still work. And I would still recommend P&M do that, even if the company decides to move forward with a control group based out of the TOU participants. And the reason for that is because to develop data and evaluation results of the TOU pilot that P&M can then use to develop rates or expand TOU rates to all customers, they're going to have better understanding of what those potential price responses would be from average customers.
And that makes sense. And did you listen to Dr. Pitts and Ms. Chan's testimony, Mr. Botts?
I listened to parts of it. I wasn't able to listen to all of it.
Fair enough. And in the testimony you listened to, did you hear either Dr. Pitts or Ms. Chan indicate that P&M wants to move toward time of use rates broadly for its customer base?
I didn't, but I did read that in the testimony. So I understand that point.
So it would be fair if I characterized your difference of opinion with P&M as one of degree, not of principle. Would you admit that?
Well, it's just a difference in study design. So I don't know if you would characterize that as degree or principle, but it's just a disagreement in approach. And again, I think that you could do the study in a few different ways at the same time and kind of get over that hump without, redesigning or redoing the entire pilot.
But if P&M's pilot were the only one on the table, you'd prefer it to the status quo. Is that right?
Correct.
And let me ask you really quickly about your discussion of customer charges at the end of your testimony. Could we go there for a moment on pages, let's say 28 through 30? You evidence there a concern for higher fixed charges that customers pay. Is that correct?
In testimony, yes.
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 That you prefer a customer class, basic customer method to classify the distribution costs.
Correct. Yeah. In testimony, I oppose using minimum system to classify distribution plant. I think it's a severely flawed method. And I propose using basic customer method, which I think is closer to what P&M did, but probably not perfectly matched.
Oh, I was going to say, and what method do you observe P&M to have proposed?
I think that given the charges around $10 a month and looking at the categories of costs included, I would think it's closer to basic customer definitely than minimum system.
Thank you. And your concern for lower customer charges, is that to get the right conservation price signal in rates volumetrically, or is that kind of social welfare based?
There's two issues I have with it. One is the cost basis. I think the cost basis of the minimum system method is severely flawed and should be rejected on that alone. Two, I think when you get into using minimum system, it produces outcomes, for one, that are really variable. I mean, I've seen minimum system produce customer charge from anywhere from $20 a month to $80 a month, supposedly under the same method. And, you know, then you get into the policy issues where do we want to be charging customers, you know, $80 a month on a fixed charge? And right now, the proposal and the method shows that would be smaller, $20, but you come in 3 years in another rate case and you could see that at $60 easily.
But you don't understand PNM as having proposed that method here, do you?
I understand that PNM is rejecting that method.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Botts. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. I'm waiting for the Water Authority, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have 10 minutes with Mr. Botts.
That won't be necessary. I do not have any questions for him. Thank you, though.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your son. Well, hearing examiner Ryan. Oh, but first, sorry, following protocol. If Commissioner Allison has any questions for Mr. Botts.
Probably fair to infer that if he did, he'd chime in.
Yeah, and I have an outstanding text to him that, let's see. Actually, I just read the text, his response. I'm sorry, he doesn't have any questions for Mr. Botts. Hearing examiner Ryan. Apologies for not multitasking well enough.
Mr. Botts, so I understand your point exactly. Well, maybe expand upon what you were saying earlier to Mr. Gifford about these studies that have been done over 30, 40 years about time of use rates, and at the very high level, you know, what they've proved.
I mean, there's a huge library of evidence, and the studies 30, 40 years, a lot of pilot studies done at utilities on time of use rates. They consistently show that customers do respond to time of use rates, that they do understand time of use rates. And, you know, there's more details about specifically, you know, what durations customers are better off under, or what recruitment approaches customers are better off under. But that evidence does consistently show that customers do understand time of use rates and do reduce peak demand when under a time of use rate.
Is there anything, I mean, in terms of PNM's proposed pilot, did they propose anything that was going to maybe reveal something novel? Like, was there something unique about this proposal that was maybe going to give us some special information?
Well, the only thing that I see unique in this proposal from others that I've reviewed on time of use rate studies is their commercial or the non-residential super off-peak period in the middle of the day during the week. I have not seen that tested in another pilot study. And I think that'd be interesting to review the evaluation of that. You know, I had concerns reviewing that, you know, that type of rate would bring on a bunch of customers who may just be financially better off, but may not actually change any behavior. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, under that rate option, if that's what comes up during the evaluation. The other concern I have, and this has come up a few different times through the hearing on this issue, is chasing solar curtailments with time of use rates. And I do think it's a good idea to have time of use rates or rates that encourage renewable production and renewable consumption. But I also have concerns about time of use rates that encourage increases in consumption in the middle of the day that are going to require build outs to the distribution system. I do a lot of work in EV and EV planning as well. And I think one of the big hurdles and one of the big barriers that we're facing now is distribution system capacity, and increasing consumption in the middle of the day is only going to constrain that even more which will slow down the EV transition more. Where I'm at in Maryland, I've been hearing discussions now in BGE or Baltimore Gas and Electric Service Territory. Developers are now using batteries to get over that barrier, which adds a lot of cost and may be avoidable.
And I mean, it's generally, are those concerns about the distribution up? Well, PNM did propose some distribution upgrades in this case, did they not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But it sounds like your point would be that if you are going to begin price structures that incentivize consumption around peak solar, you have to make correlative investments in the distribution system, and without them, you're kind of getting stuck. I mean, that's the basic point you're making.
It is, or additionally, that when you develop or consider a time of use rate structure, that you also consider the cost impacts on distribution system in addition to the energy and generation as well.
And is there an alternative method that would alleviate that concern?
Well, it's you have to conduct the analysis. You have to know where the constraints are in the distribution system, and you have to understand, if you propose rates that encourage increased consumption during specific hours, what impacts that may have on distribution system.
In the grid mod proceeding, we had a company requested some investments to be able to see in more real time what's going on in the distribution system. Would you think that those technologies would be needed to identify the concerns you're discussing right now?
I think it could be helpful, but I think PNM will most likely have data to understand what circuits and what feeders and what substations they're constrained at, and understand what an increase in demand from a specific time of use rate may do to those constraints. So I don't necessarily think you need additional technology to understand that. I think PNM probably already has an understanding of where those issues are.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Batts. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatles, any redirect?
No, I do not have any. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Botts.
Thank you.
Mr. Botts, again, we appreciate your testimony. One thing before you leave, as you know, I focus closely on your testimony. If you've read my decisions in the past. And I would just ask, I hate to be a stickler, although I am the resident stickler, and you are, although you're in Maryland, but you work for a New Jersey company, so you'll probably understand this reference to Charmaine Bucco talking about the Portuguese being sticklers, as you might say. So the stickling point I need to make is about your testimony. It is not double spaced. It obviously was admitted here, but I'd appreciate it if you could please double space it in the future, because we look at a lot of testimony and it's just a little bit more, while the testimony is always fine and I have no problems with the testimony, the rules do require, particularly 1.2.235I, 2B, require double spaced testimony. So in the future, I'd appreciate it if you could double space your testimony, because according to Word, your testimony is spaced, single spaced with 6 point above. So again, I hate to leave it on that note and be a stickler, but in the future, please double space your testimony. But outside of that, we greatly appreciate your testimony and your participation in commission cases. So you're excused.
Will do, and thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mr.
We
Herring,
have-
I do have my hand raised, and just quickly, I think Mr. Botts depends on us to comply with the requirements of this jurisdiction. So, but I think from now on, he will make sure that we don't overlook that. So,
And again, I didn't want to make a thing of it, but I just had to, sorry.
I just
No,
got
but
a
it
text-
does.
I just
it
got
does-
a text from my legal assistant. She said she'll never forget again.
Well, but it does make a difference, actually. And, truth be told, I wonder if Mr. Fisher's is really double spaced too.
Well, that's a dirty little secret. That's partly why I asked for it in Word.
Yeah.
I want to see what the formatting is. Because I know how to manipulate formatting, trust me. But that, again, I'm the stickler. So let's move on to the final witness, I believe, right? Ms. Ramey?
That is correct.
And I can admit her right now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
Good afternoon. Staff calls Georgette Ramey.
And by the way, as Ms. Ramey is coming in, the parties are on notice that they should review Commission Exhibit 7 that was filed this afternoon, I believe, by P&M. At the end of the hearing, I'm going to get the parties' positions on admitting Commission Exhibit 7 along with the other Commission exhibits that are in the Dropbox folder.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, is Commission Exhibit 7 the response to bench request 9?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We've had our folks review it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's swear in Ms. Ramey.
Ms. Ramey, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're on mute, Ms. Ramey.
Okay. Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ramey.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am an economist at the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission in the Utility Division.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the rate application by Public Service Company in New Mexico, along with the testimony that they filed in this proceeding?
Yes,
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that rate application?
yes,
You should have a document before you marked as Staff Exhibit 6. Do you have that document?
yes.
What is that document?
That is my direct testimony filed in this docket, filed on June 23rd, 2023.
And you have the version that is marked on the cover page corrected?
Yes,
Okay,
that was filed on as an errata on July 11th, 2023.
yes, and distributed to all the parties yesterday with the notation, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was Staff Exhibit 6 the corrected version prepared by you or under your supervision? I might
I'm
have asked-
sorry, say that again?
I'm sorry. I think I might have asked you that question already. You prepared this document or had it prepared for you, is that correct?
No, I prepared it.
Okay, no, that's, and you've identified that this is the corrected version, is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 6, would your answers be the same as they are in the corrected Exhibit 6?
yes,
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, staff moves admission of Staff Exhibit 6.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Staff Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Ramey is available for cross-examination.
Yes, she is. And it will be first by P&M, who has reserved 40 minutes with Ms. Ramey. Ms. Terwilliger?
Yes, thank you, hearing examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Ramey.
Good afternoon.
My name is Debria Terwilliger. I am counsel for PNM. I don't believe we've met before, so nice to meet you.
No, nice to meet you as well.
So I want to start by talking to you about your testimony regarding PNM's production and transmission demand allocation. I think you note at page 10 of staff exhibit 6, which is your direct testimony, that the Energy Transition Act is impacting the expected future operation of generation resources for PNM. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And given this change in resource type, you have recommended that PNM revisit its production and transmission demand allocation in future cases. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So would you say that changing resources on PNM systems will affect not only how costs are allocated, but how the system operates?
Yes.
Okay. Does staff support the concept of gradualism?
Absolutely.
And you work as a utility economist, right?
Yes.
But I didn't necessarily see, and I just want a confirmation, you've previously worked as a financial analyst. Is that right?
No, I've been at the commission for 17 years as an economist.
Okay, great. Good to know. Thank you. So have you listened to the testimony that's already been, did you listen to the cross-examination of Mr. Phillips by chance?
A few days ago, yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did you hear him discuss the highest risk hours for PNM system?
Probably, but it's been a long 3 weeks.
I don't disagree with you. So I don't know if you heard or you would agree that the highest risk hours for PNM system and their net peak hours are aligned. Did you hear him testify, and would you agree with that?
I really didn't, discuss any risk peak times, so I'd rather not respond.
Okay, well, let me ask you just your opinion. Do you think, so, and if you don't know, just say you don't know, are the highest risk hours on PNM's system aligned with their net peak hours, in your opinion?
Well, I guess my concern is how are you defining the highest risk? What type of risk are you talking about in terms of on the system?
So would you say that the highest risk hours will be after the sun goes down and solar production ceases? Would you agree that that's at the highest risk hours for PNM?
Risk from what?
I guess I was asking you the question.
That's why I'm asking you
The
for
witness is trying to
clarification.
understand the question.
Yes. What sort of risk?
From a cost perspective, Ms. Ramey, or from a cost of energy perspective, would the highest risk hours be after the sun goes down and solar stops producing electricity?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, thank you for that. And I don't know if you've reviewed the bench requests that have been responded to in this case, but were you aware that PNM will add an additional 1,040 megawatts of solar energy on its system in the test period?
That sounds about what I read through it real quickly when it came through.
Okay, thank you. So would you agree that I gather you would agree that in the test period, PNM is going to be serving its customers with an increasing amount of solar?
Yes, that's the goal of the company that's been stated, and then it's required due to the Energy Transition Act to move more towards carbon-free resources.
And since you agreed with me that in terms of the highest risk hours from an energy price perspective are when solar, when the sun goes down and solar stops producing electricity. You would agree that with more solar, that's going to, that will affect what those highest risk hours are on PNM's system.
Yes.
Do you generally agree, whether, you know, if we're talking PNM specifically, or even just utilities across the West, that the net peak or those highest risk hours are shifting to later in the day with more solar?
It's possible.
So
Where are those sound effects coming from?
Not sure.
not from me.
Okay, it might be me, I don't know.
Make sure it's turned
I
off.
got everything, I think, on mute, but let me double check.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
So Ms. Ramey, if I summarize your testimony on the time of use legacy rate and the time of day pilot, you generally oppose PNM's time of day pilot and instead support an overhaul of the time of use legacy rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And so when you were for many of your suggested recommendations for overhauling or changing the legacy time of use rate, you rely heavily on historical monthly peak data. Is that right? You looked at, I think, at FERC Form 1 for the prior 15 years, and then also specifically you looked at some PNM data for 2019 to 2022. Does that sound about right?
Close. I think I went from what was it, 2014? Yes, not quite 15 years, but 2014.
Okay.
Which was based on the previous rate case information timeframes.
Okay. So but that's what you primarily relied on, was that historical data. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, given your testimony with me earlier, just in our exchange here in cross-examination, given that there's changes expected on PNM's system, which you acknowledged, do you think that the historical on-peak information is necessarily indicative of what PNM is going to experience in the test period and going forward? Or do you think that historical data might become less relevant over time?
It will probably become less relevant, but at the same time, we still need to use it in terms of making the projections that have been used. But obviously, as we've already discussed, the system and the generation is going to be changing due to requirements under the Energy Transition Act.
Mr. Welliger, can I interject for a second and just, you're asking all the questions that I want to ask, so I'm just going in the same line as you.
Yeah.
So Ms. Ramey, I just want to show you what you're going to see in a moment. This is the recommended decision. I wrote this. This is the recommended decision in 21-00215. And what you're looking at here is a graph of
And can you
PNM's
describe what that case was about, just generally?
Yeah, it's replacement resources for Palo Verde Nuclear Generation Station, abandonment of certain units. And we had lengthy fights and lots of testimony about what planning considerations must be addressed when you're in dealing with higher and higher levels of penetration of solar resources. And in that case, I mean, what I can tell you is that when I took it over from former hearing examiner Glick, you saw transcripts in the initial parts of the proceeding where folks were openly stating that they really didn't have a full grasp. And these are veteran people who've been doing commission proceedings for a long time. So it wasn't like a point of like, oh, wow, look at how you don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, this is a developing thing. But this chart right here, it does in fact show.
Whose testimony is that?
Well, this is comes from, I forget where this came from, but I'm pointing to you at my recommended decision that was filed on that case that the commission adopted in its entirety.
Okay.
So this is law at this juncture, right? But what it's telling us is that this red line here is the occurrence of an LOLE event, and that's a loss of load event. Loss of load meaning basically like they don't have generation to meet demand. And that does in fact, as projected in 2023, peak beginning around 4. And I understand Mr. Herman raised some real questions about what a mountain standard time versus mountain daylight time, which I'm still trying to work out in my head. But in any case, 16 is 4, 22 is 10, 19, 18 is 8, right? And that loss of load event is happening. I mean, right where Mr. Welliger and PNM are arguing. And my understanding is that this really isn't in dispute, and then this is in fact our future. And if that's the case, I just wonder if you have any addition to your testimony about the time of day rates. I think it's an important, I think it's the most important point, frankly, that I want to have answered from your testimony.
Okay, so what is the question?
The question is, would you amend your recommendation about the time of day and when is the crucial hours for PNM in terms of their load shape? Do you have, would you like to amend it in any way, or do you have any amendments?
I guess, you have your information there, and it's not really something that I'm familiar with. So I'd rather just go with what I've recommended based on the information that I've reviewed in this docket.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Welliger.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Ramey, you also, and I'm looking at your figure, or I'm sorry, you call them tables, GOR 1 on page 20 of Staff Exhibit 6, and table GOR 2 on page 21 of Staff Exhibit 6. And there you're comparing PNM's legacy time of use rate to EP and SPS's time of use rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And so do you know how many customers are enrolled in either EP or SPS's time of use rate, whether residential or non-res, some of the, like the large power non-residential rate for either of those utilities? Do you know?
No, right off the top of my head, I can't say I know those details.
Okay. And do you know if these are optional time of use rates for their customers, or are they default time of use rates?
I believe they're optional.
Okay. So, and you understand that other than small power and residential, PNM's legacy time of use rate is not optional, other than for the residential, small power, and the lighting classes. PNM's time of use rate is not optional for any of the other customer classes. Is that what you?
That's my understanding, yes.
So if staff supports gradualism, which you said that you did, is it appropriate to fundamentally change this legacy time of use rate when most of PNM's other rate classes have no other rate options?
I'm not really sure if it makes a difference.
So you're suggesting, you don't propose a new legacy time of use rate, right? You didn't have the data, or you didn't feel like you had the data to do that. Is that correct?
Right. I didn't propose anything new. I just felt that the current time of use rate, which has been around for decades, has not been that successful.
Well, when you say not successful, what do you mean?
It only has a small percentage or a small number of customers that actually participated from the testimony that I've heard during this hearing.
You mean only for residential and small power, right? Because for all the other rate classes besides those classes in lighting, it's not optional. So since there's no other option, it has to be the rate they use, right?
Right, but the ones that have the classes that are able to participate in it don't take the option to utilize it. So obviously it's not designed or, giving those customers incentives to try it after 30 plus years. So
for purposes
to me,
of
that's unsuccessful, or to staff, that's unsuccessful.
Okay.
And that was the reason for the recommendation in my testimony.
Sorry, I kept interrupting you. All right, so for purposes of my question, I'm focused on the classes who don't have options, okay?
Okay.
For 3B, 4B, 5B, I'd have to get all those other classes besides rate schedule 1, which is residential, rate schedule 2, which is residential power, rate schedule 6, which is private area lighting, and rate schedule 11, which is street lighting. For all of P&Ms, and I think also with that, excluding rate 36B too. So for all other customer classes on P&M system, my next question is going to be focused on those classes who have no options.
Okay.
Since you stated staff supports the principle of gradualism, and you asked that the commission, even though you didn't calculate a TOE rate, you asked the commission to make the on-peak and off-peak ratio steeper, right? You asked them to make it have more difference between on-peak and off-peak rates, right?
Yes.
So for those customer classes that don't have any options, is to fundamentally change their rate. Is that supported by the principle of gradualism?
Okay, well, you're talking about gradualism in terms of, the price differentials, but they need to be send the proper price signals to the customers to say, yes, this will be worth me, changing my behavior. Okay. So, gradualism, you want to make sure that it's not an extreme change in the rate, but you want to make sure that it will make the customer consider if they can get some savings in their overall cost for their energy.
Okay. I think that's all my questions, Ms. Ramey. I appreciate your time. It was very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Terwilliger. Moving on to, let's see. Well, we have Commissioner Ellison. Let's, if this is most convenient for Commissioner Ellison, if you have questions for Ms. Ramey, sir.
Sure, Mr. Medeiros, thank you. Just a few brief questions. Good afternoon.
Excuse me, could you speak up a little more? I can barely hear you.
Okay, let me plug in a microphone. Is this any better?
Pretty good for me.
Okay, I turned up my volume. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Nice to see you, Miss Ramey. How are you today?
I'm okay, thank you. And yourself? Doing
fine, thank you. I just had a couple of questions, maybe following up on Ms. Terwilliger. The table GR1 on page 20.
Mm-hmm.
Could you help me understand that? Is this looking at the time of use rates, or is it looking at bulk power system bulk power pricing?
Okay, now this is just looking at the time of use rates for informational purposes, because, you know, each company, each investor-owned utility has its own customer compositions, which vary. They have various service territories. And so this was just to show that between the three of them, the off-peak and on-peak prices are more conducive to incentivizing the customer to use them. So that's really all it's showing, that because like EPE and SPS tend to include production and transmission costs, where those aren't included in the proposed prices of PNM, it causes a better price differential for the customers to say, well, this is going to give me some savings. And so I would say, you know, we just want to let the commission know that EPE and SPS's time of use rates have been more successful in being utilized by their customers because they have better price points.
Okay, I guess my question is, when I look at this chart, it looks like to me that the EPE numbers and SPS numbers might be in cents per kilowatt hour, whereas the PNM numbers look like a ratio of on-peak to off-peak rates. Am I correct in that interpretation?
Right, that's the difference between the two tables. One is for the on-peak to off-peak price ratios, and then the other one is a comparison by kilowatt.
Okay, I'm just focusing on that one table, GUR1, because I'm having a hard time believing that the ratio, you know, with a time of use rate is 15 to the ratio between on-peak and off-peak is 15 to 1 or 24 to 1, 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 makes a lot more sense to me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I think that's what I'm saying. It's because they, let me see. I have it in here somewhere. Hold on a second. Okay, let me see. I can't find it, of course. I know it's in here, but I think the main difference is just because the way they calculate the charges.
Where are you looking, Ms. Ramey? Maybe I can help you find it. Oh,
Hold on a second. I was looking at, you know, the explanation for the table. And so that's what I'm looking for, because I know I put it in there that the differences between, because
and just so I understand as well, does this apply to, are you looking at an average of all the time of use rates programs across the different customer classes, or is this focusing on a say the residential or a particular customer class?
Well, I know I did it a while back, but it's not all customer classes because it doesn't apply to all customer classes. But let's see, on page 21, it says, okay, P&M's time of use on-peak energy charges only recover energy component cost, where the EPE and SPS recover portions of their production demand cost. So they have more cost components in their time of use rates than P&M is proposing. So that's the difference.
Okay, you know, I guess I'm just making the point on this table GOR1 on page 20 that you know, I'm just not certain that we're looking at apples and oranges here, that I completely believe that the P&M ratio of on-peak to off-peak is 1.9 or 2.9 to 1, but I'm just having trouble believing the ratio of on-peak to off-peak is so high for the other utilities. I may be wrong, but that's just my initial take in looking at your table. So I don't know if it's possible to find some more information on that, and perhaps let me know later. And on your table GOR2, the P&M minimum of, it looks like 1.5 cents a kilowatt hour. You know, again, that would not be for the residential time of use, would it? Could that be for some other customer class that would have that low of a on-peak rate?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but like I said before, the EPE and the SPS on-peak energy charges include production demand cost, and P&M's proposed rates don't. And so this is not necessarily, like I said, it's mainly for informational purposes because each IOU has its own unique characteristics. Their service territory and their customer bases are different. But this is just to show that when, you know, because in the past, and that's why I included it, is because usually the commission wants to know, well, what the other IOUs are doing or have in place. So it's not an apples to apples, I guess, comparison, but it's just to show you that EPE and SPS's rates have, you know, higher charges, but they also have, you know, I guess, good participation in the programs as compared to P&M.
On the residential and small customer side, where there's an option, as
yes,
has been pointed out, there isn't an option on the other. Okay, and I guess on that residential, you know, current or legacy time of use rates, you know, you've talked about how, you know, it's been said, I think there are only about 120 customers signed up for that. And I think the on-peak hours are 8 to 8 p.m. Is that correct? I mean, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yes, I hadn't heard that number 100 and something before, but, you know, compared to over 500,000 total customers, and I think more than half is residential, but the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. time that has been used really doesn't give customers much flexibility to change their behavior.
Right, and I understand P&M is proposing to discontinue enrolling new entrants to that particular program. And I think part of that may be because with anticipating so much solar in the middle of the day, it's really giving a counter incentive, wouldn't you say, to charge a higher price in the middle of the day when solar is abundant?
Yes, that is one of our staff's concerns, that what has been proposed by PNM could have an adverse effect in that regard, because then customers may shift their usage when it's the highest cost, and then that could push the demand and the capacity requirements that they would need to provide services, and that, you know, that could have a negative impact in the long run, because then PNM may want to add, you know, capacity, and that would add to rate base, which would add to cost.
And would it be, in your view, would it be fair or reasonable to, I guess, the current 120 or so residential customers in that TOU class to say, you know, we're just canceling this. This, you know, has not panned out, and it's not really how we see the future. Would it be fair to those customers just to cancel the program?
No, I don't believe to just discontinue it immediately is a good choice. Probably just modify it and make it more conducive to allowing the customers to, you know, change their behavior and their patterns that would be providing more cost savings to them. Because 8 to 8, that's all day, pretty much, you know, and so that just leaves night. And so, you know, the other half of the day out of 24 hours, if you've got 8 to 8, you know, that's not going to work for a lot of people. And from the results over the past 30 years, it probably should be modified. Like I said, to just discontinue it probably would not be fair.
Would it be fair to say that those customers who are on that residential time of use plan now probably like the fact that there's cheaper power at night, that, you know, they were attracted to it for that reason? Maybe they have some use for power at night, and that if PNM were to just immediately switch the program to, you know, some peak hours, that they may say, hey, that's not what we signed up for. We don't want to participate in this program.
Well, since it is such a small number of customers, I guess PNM should try to do some outreach to those 120 customers, maybe do a survey of how it has benefited them, or if they have any recommendations to make changes that would be they would be more receptive to, because it's a very small number of people out of, you know, 500,000 total, or I guess with, you know, approximately more than half of that I heard is the residential class. So, you know, I think it would be very easy for PNM to just reach out to those customers and say, okay, this is what we're proposing. What would you recommend? How has it served you? Or how hasn't it served you?
Right. Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Ramey. I appreciate your answering my questions and your working on this case.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Ramey, I just have 2 questions. I will ask quickly. Dr. Pitts made a point, and I don't think I misunderstood her, but I'll just throw it your way. I thought it was interesting because I hadn't thought of it. One of the reasons or justifications for having less aggressive ratios between on peak and off peak is the fact that this is a new concept for potentially lots of people, load shifting, that is. And if they fail and they just, go along and don't do it properly, if they don't shift, then the penalty, if the ratios are too high, is greater to them. And it would be potentially undesirable. I realize PNM has offered a rate guarantee. We've had discussion about that in this case. But I thought, the point was well taken, which is, there is downside risk to these wide ratios. And that is if the ratepayer fails to respond appropriately. I mean, if they're confused or if it's just a foreign thing for them. So if they mess it up, maybe they're going to get angry. Do you see that as legitimate?
Well, I think the key to, implementing these programs is proper education of the customers and providing information and resources so that they can be more informed and understand what the options are and what it's intended to provide. So I think that's what's most important here, especially with this transition, because a lot of people just don't know or are uninformed or misinformed. So it really is upon PNM to educate their customers.
Yeah, but in the absence of that occurring, the education has to happen. Isn't the more conservative perspective to say, let's have less intense ratios initially. That way, if the ratepayers don't just kind of get this wrong out of the gate, they're not all going to be angry about these high rates they're paying. That seems the more cautious approach. On some level, whether that's all legitimate, I don't know. And that's why I'm asking you. But I do believe Dr. Pitts made that point, and I'm trying to get your impression about it.
Well, I think, you have to give them a reason to change their behavior. And most people want to save money. So if you explain it in those terms, if I do this at this time and it'll save me, 20 cents a kilowatt, then I can, make that choice on my own if it's possible. Sometimes depending on people's schedules, it may not be possible. So, that's the point that I think is most important, that you need to, or PNM needs to explain it in terms of this is how you can benefit.
All right. And the last question I have for you, at pages 31 to 32 of your direct testimony, it says, staff's class cost of service would require the customer charge to be increased from the current rate of $7.11 to $19.18 per month. Where, and I apologize if I should just know this, but there's just so much information in this case. Where is that staff's class cost of service that I could find that information?
Okay, that would be, I believe in, my exhibit. Check. I believe I had it in an exhibit, but I probably don't have it printed. Hold on a second. I don't think it's there. I knew I should have had that ready. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Ryan, am I not seeing the judge here or have I lost my mind?
Did Mr. Maderos? Why don't we, how about we do this? Since Mr. Maderos seems to have gone away, let's take, a 10-minute break here anyway. And then when we come back, Ms.
And then-
Ramey, you can show me that information. And, we will probably have some concluding matters to address between now and 5, but we'll take let's just go for the 15. Okay? So we'll come back at 4:15. And Ms.
Yes,
Ramey
sir.
should return. And we'll have Mr. Borman, you'll have redirect, obviously, if you
Thank you.
wish. Yep.
Okay,
Your
Thank-
Honor,
Mr. Bame?
thank you. I do have cross from Miss Ramey.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry, Mr. Maderos was the keeper of the cross list, so we'll do that as well
Thank you.
okay,
at
Thank you.
4:15.
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, why is this doing that? Oh,
Georgette, you may want to mute, there you go, you mute yourself.
solve it?
Chris, can you hear me?
I can.
I'm sorry, I had a power outage here
Oh,
and is it 4 o'clock? Yeah, right at 4 peak. Just kidding.
I was gonna say, perhaps someone's trying to send you a message, Jeff.
Yeah, let's end this thing, right?
yes, please.
Okay, where are we? Where I had real time, which was
Are we on the record,
unsettling,
Judge?
which was no, I'm not.
We gotta get Ms. Ramey back in.
Yeah, I had real time, which was comforting and unsettling at the same time because I could see this, but I lost everything 3 times.
Wow.
Everything went blank and it's back. Yeah,
We're
and
waiting for Miss Ramey to return. She had some information. I think we skipped over Mr. Boehm when we were doing cross, which is nobody's fault, it's just that these things happen. So he would like a chance to ask some questions. And then it was to Brad for redirect, and then that's Miss Ramey.
Okay, so
I'm reaching out to Ms. Ramey right now, so.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Ryan, did we have a waiver on WRA's part of 20 minutes?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I thought Miss Beatles did. I could be making that up, but
Okay, I'm sure she'll speak up.
Yeah, I think I'm going to blame this. I hate to do this, but I'm going to blame it on, I've been having weird issues with Excel. I have a lot of documents open. So I'm not going to blame it on anybody except myself. I'm sorry.
Hey, blame
But
it on day
I got-
12. Blame it
Yeah.
on it's too many days. 12 days.
Right. Well, okay. Right. But okay. So let's go back on the record. Good afternoon. We have Ms. Ramey back on the stand. After hearing examiner Medeiros, myself, I had some technical issues with Zoom and lost connection, although I was following folks on real time. But we're back, and I believe we have 10 minutes of cross-examination by Kroger. Is that right, Mr. Bain?
That's correct, Your Honor.
There you are. Okay. Yes. Please proceed.
Well, just before then, but Miss Ramey, were you able to find that document?
No, actually, in reviewing everything, we did not provide that as an exhibit because that was part of the class cost of service, which is a massive file. So we can provide, staff would be happy to provide additional information if you like to support that 1918.
Okay, well, I'll think about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Bain, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Ramey.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kurt Bamer, represent Kroger Grocery Stores.
Okay.
I hate to be in the position of standing in the way of everyone being done with the hearing, but so I'm going to try to go very quickly.
You take the time that you're given. We're not here to impinge on anybody's right to make their positions
Thank you.
Known for the record.
Ms. Ramey, were you did you review the hearing when Dr. Pitts was on the stand?
Yes, I listened mostly to her last week or so.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago. But do you understand from Ms. Pitt's testimony that of the 3 costs, and I'm just to back up, my questions are about Schedule 3B. So if you just put that in mind. Ms. Pitt's, her testimony was that of the 3 cost components, demand, customer, and energy. For 3B, the energy component is the only component recovering more than its cost of service. Is that your understanding?
It sounds about right.
So demand charges for 3B are designed to recover the demand related cost of service exactly, correct?
Yes.
Now, on page 27, lines 2 through 5 of your direct testimony, and I'll just read it. It's just 1 or 2 sentences. This is your proposal is, you say staff shifted 25% of the demand component costs to the time of use energy charges. This shift enabled staff to propose greater on-peak to off-peak price differentials for these rates and increase the economic incentive for customers to shift consumption to off-peak periods. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Forgetting for a second your proposed new time of use differentials, energy differentials, you would agree that your proposal would cause demand charges to be under recovered through the demand related cost of service by about 25%. Is that correct?
Yes, we're shifting them.
Do you have your exhibit GOR 8, page 1? And I can screen share if that would help.
I have it. Yeah.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna blow that up or with wrong way. Okay, so if we look at the 3B, 3D general power service time of use rates, the highlighted portion of this, the first column with numbers in it, that is the current rate, correct?
Yes.
And the second column is the staff proposed rate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it shows. Okay.
So it shows here that the current summer on-peak charge is about 3.2 cents or 3.28 cents per kWh, and the off-peak charge is about 1.53 cents per kWh. Is that correct? So if the ratio between the on-peak and off-peak charge for current rates is about 2.15x, is that correct? The on-peak charge is about 2.15 times higher than the off-peak charge.
And yes.
Okay. And then if you go to the next column, staff's proposed rates, we see you're proposing about 3.46 cents for on-peak and about 1.61 cents for off-peak. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ratio of staff's proposed on-peak charge to off-peak charge is also 2.15x. So it's the same ratio between as current rates, correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
And the same is true, I won't go through them, but the same is true for non-summer on and off-peak proposed rates and current rates. Is that correct?
Yes,
Subject to check. It's I came up with the on-peak is 1.78 times greater than the off-peak.
Say that again, please.
So for the non-summer on peak versus off peak, would you agree that that the on peak is a 1.78 times greater than the off peak?
Yes.
And that is true of both current rates and of your staff proposed rates, correct?
Yes, that looks accurate.
So in your testimony, you state that you're proposing to reduce demand charges by 25% thus under recovering demand costs through demand charges.
I'm sorry, that's under recovering
Yes,
demand costs.
through demand charges.
Thank you.
And again, you're doing this, you are making this change in order to increase the ratio, to sort of justify increasing the ratio between on and off peak energy charges. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
But do you see what my concern is that really the difference is there's a very small absolute increase in the difference between the charges, but they're really just being scaled up, and they're recovering the same proportion, relative to one another. Is that correct?
Looking at it this way, it does appear that way, but we're looking at the total class too when we make the adjustment, and it's based on a reduced staff proposed revenue requirement as compared to what P&M requested.
Thank you. Did you review Mr. Bieber, Kroger witness Mr. Bieber's testimony, his proposal on this issue?
It's been a while, so I would say I won't be able to recall any specifics. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. A lot of testimony in this case.
Oh gosh, yes.
Would you accept, subject to check, that Mr. Bieber has proposed higher differentials between summer on and off peak energy charges for 3B?
Probably.
And would a higher differential between on and off peak energy charges send a stronger price signal to customers to use power off peak?
Yes, that's the general consensus.
Thank you, Ms. Ramey. Those are all the questions that I have.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Ms. Beatles? Oh, no, wait. Before you, 5 minutes was reserved by CCA. Mr. DeSalen?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I will forego that 5 minutes. I have no questions for Ms. Ramey. Thank you, Ms. Ramey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Ms. Beatles? 20 minutes?
Thank you. I have no questions either. All my topics have been covered.
Great. Thank you. I think they've been covered well in the cross-examination, Ms. Ramey. Hearing Examiner Ryan, I know you don't have any further questions.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ramey, we don't see you often enough. I personally don't see you often enough. Unfortunately, we have to see each other on Zoom, but it's great to see you, and we really appreciate your testimony in the case.
Thank you.
I do have a brief.
Redirect.
It's been a September to remember for sure.
Like everyone else, I want to get out of here too, but I do have a handful of questions.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Foreman. You know that wasn't intentional.
No worries.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Ms. Ramey, you recall that I guess Mrs. Terwilliger was asking you about your recommendation regarding P&M's existing TOU rates?
Yes.
Did you recommend in this case that P&M raise or revise their TOU rates in this case?
I believe I recommended to modify the hours.
Let me refer you to page 24 of your testimony.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And you see at the bottom of that page, there's a question What is
Yes.
staff's recommendation concerning the design of P and M's TOU rates? And
Yes.
I'll let you just read that answer that you give.
Okay, this is basically saying what is staff's recommendation concerning the design of P&M's time of use rates. And staff recommends that P&M redesign their time of use rates to more accurately reflect current system load characteristics, customer class load characteristics, and cost causation factors.
Okay, well, I'll just cut you off right there because I want to ask you to turn to the next page, page 26.
Okay. Okay.
And then there's a response there that begins on line 5. Could you just read that first sentence?
Okay. Therefore, staff recommends P&M be required to conduct a thorough review of their system load characteristics, customer class load characteristics, and cost causation factors related to serving peak loads prior to their next rate case. Staff also recommends P&M be required to propose time of use rate structures that reflects significantly more focused on peak hours and on peak energy charges that are cost-based and provide greater economic incentive for customers to reduce their loads during P&M's peak hours.
I think that's fine. Okay, and then you remember you had a discussion, I think it was both with Ms. Twirlier and with Commissioner Ellison about table GOR1. Do you recall that?
Sort of.
Me too.
I'm sorry.
So let me table GOR1 is on page.
Yes.
20, is that correct?
On page
20.
Okay, what about, page 20 of my direct testimony?
That's where the table is, correct?
Oh, okay, yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else. Thank you.
And then if you turn back one page to page 19, you see that there's a Q&A that begins on line 6.
Yes.
Does this Q&A give some context to the table GOR1?
Yes, it does explain what GOR1 represents and is presenting for comparison purposes.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further redirect from Ms. Ramey. I will say that should the hearing examiner or commission wish to get the data underlying table GOR1, staff would be willing to provide that.
Do you want to issue bench request 10, Examiner Ryan? Because I don't.
I'm unless Commissioner Ellison particularly would like it,
Well, we can do that in writing after the hearing then.
if necessary, we can communicate with the commissioner and
Yeah, but for the record, that would be bench request 10 if it's issued.
Right.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ramey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. And again, Ms. Ramey, really appreciate your testimony, and it was really great to see you.
Same
Have a
here.
great
Thank
weekend.
you. You
Thank
do
you.
the same, hearing examiners and everyone else.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we've ended the presentation of evidence. In this case, believe it or not. And it's time to move on to post-evidentiary matters. The first I'd like to address with you all is the commission's determination on the technical advisors that will assist the hearing examiners, if necessary and as needed, in recalculating P&M's proposed revenue requirement, cost allocations, and rate design based on the hearing examiner's decisions on individual issues. And we've determined that the following witnesses should be designated as the hearing examiner's technical advisors. For P&M, we have Kyle Sanders. From the Water Authority, we have Mark Garrett. From the Attorney General, we have Doug Gigax. From New Mexico area, we request Brian Andrews. And from staff, we would request as a technical advisor, Gabriella Dashino. The parties may attempt to designate other witnesses as technical advisors if necessary during the course of or post-hearing deliberation. Those witnesses and technical advisors that I've named will be required to sign a confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement that will be attached to the order that we will issue probably Monday, September 25, 2023. Are there any questions about the technical advisors?
I think either Mr. Alvitris and I would like to nominate one other person. Larry Morris, who was the tax witness, just because a lot of the tax calculations happen outside of the model, as was raised in Mr. Sanders' direct testimony. I think Mr. Sanders was going to need assistance for the accumulated deferred income tax and the excess deferred income tax to the extent that any of the other adjustments affect that. So I guess it depends on your how you want to treat that hearing examiner. If you don't want Mr. Sanders to communicate with anybody else in the company, I think Mr. Morris would have to be part of that panel.
I have, hearing examiner Ryan, do you have any issue with adding Mr. Morris for a very important purpose?
No, that's fine. That's understandable.
Is there any objection to adding Mr. Morris to the technical advisor list? Mr. Morris, therefore, is added to the technical advisor list that we are designating, and I've already done so in my draft order. That, as I indicated, we'll be issuing next week. Okay, the second issue is I'd like to address the outstanding.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could speak to that very briefly.
To what?
To the advisory committee.
Yes.
We did anticipate Brian Andrews being asked, so I did clear that with his superiors, and he's totally willing to do it, and it has been cleared. So thank you. But the only thing that I got feedback from my folks at Brubaker is there was a similar panel in a case in Michigan which created issues that were unnecessary because they weren't clear enough about how the scope of the work. And so we just respectfully request that in your order, you specifically state that it is post-decisional, and that would avoid any confusion at all. And you had mentioned that I'm not adding anything to your
no, these advisors will not be, let me make sure I understand, Mr. Gould, the issue. No, the consultation will be entirely post-decisional.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that's
and
my
it's
understanding.
always, I have already said that before. That's the way I've operated in prior rate cases. We don't have any contact, and I'm saying this for the record here, with any of the folks that I mentioned. If that's the concern, there is no concern. But it will be, all the consultations will be post-decisional.
Thank you for that. And I knew that I was just maybe perhaps, belts and suspenders wanting it to be out there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hearing examiner Ryan, anything further about the technical advisors?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we do have outstanding commission exhibits that I'd like to admit into the record, subject to the parties' positions. And let me pull up the list because I just escaped. We, the commission, the hearing examiners, have admitted Commission Exhibit 1, Commission Exhibit 2, Commission Exhibit 2 Supplemental, and Commission Exhibit 3. The next in enumerated exhibit is Commission Exhibit 4, which is PNM's response to bench request Exhibit 6 that involves deferred legal expense versus legal expense included in the cost of service. I'd like to admit that into the record as Commission Exhibit 4. That's how it is labeled in the Dropbox folder. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 4? Hearing no objection to Commission Exhibit 4 after a pregnant pause, Commission Exhibit 4 is admitted. Commission Exhibit 5 is PNM's response to bench request number 7. It's the San Juan, it involves or concerns the San Juan Generating Station Replacement Resource battery energy storage systems currently in operation. That's marked as Commission Exhibit 5. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 5? Mr. Gould.
Yes, we have a couple of objections. Our primary objection is pursuant to Rule 1.2.2.35A1. And we don't believe that this is competent evidence, and that is for the purpose that it perhaps will be used. And that is apparent from the description in the paragraph at the bottom of the page where the PNM witness says the data in the exhibits is not representative of the performance under different seasonal conditions, and goes on to state that doesn't represent the operation of these battery storage systems once the remaining batteries are added. So we think that this could cause an error in any decision that was relied on, given the fact that this is very, very partial and not competent evidence. Our second objection is that we believe bringing this evidence in, if it's relied on, would violate Rule 530 and the future test year rule, given the fact that both those rules require a full year of data that's been normalized and adjusted in order for that data to be relied on. So those are our basic objections, and thank you for your allowance of that objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Of course. Does PNM have any response? It doesn't have to, but does PNM have a response?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is not a PNM exhibit. This is a commission exhibit. I think it complies with what was requested, and of course, it contains the qualifications and disclaimers that Mr. Gould referenced. But if the commission finds it useful, we don't have an objection to its entry into evidence with the parameters that have been outlined in it.
Well, with the qualifications and the objections noted, the Commission Exhibit 5 will be admitted and is admitted for what it's worth. And I think the hearing examiners can give it the weight that the response may be worth, subject to Mr. Gould's very careful objections, which were noted and taken to heart. Nevertheless, Commission Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Thank you.
Commission Exhibit 6. P&M's response to bench request number 8. It involves the class subsidies. Is there any objection to the admission of what has been marked and put in the Dropbox folder for this case as Commission Exhibit 6? Hearing no objection, Commission Exhibit 6 is admitted. Finally, Commission Exhibit 7. And why I'm saying finally is there are obviously two bench request responses that are not going to be admitted into evidence. And the first one is the one that was settled yesterday involving the San Juan Generating Station rate credit from the show cause proceeding in case 19-00018-UT. And the second are the bench requests for response and supplemental response, which involves the Graves work papers. Those were provided for, those are available to all the parties and were provided to the commissioners and their advisors for review on that issue. That's why there are 7 commission exhibits. And this last one is the P&M response to bench request number 9, which involves the average of top 60 peak demand days for each year. In the Dropbox folder, that document is labeled Commission Exhibit 7. Is there any objection to the admission of Commission Exhibit 7? Mr. Gould?
We have no problem with the first 2 paragraphs that are sponsored by Ms. Chan, nor any objection to all the tables, the 2 pages of tables. But it does appear to us that the last paragraph is not responsive to the bench request, and it is opinion testimony which brings in or attempts to bring in evidence from 2 other commission proceedings, one of which has not even been filed, the IRP 2020 IRP. And so we think that's unnecessary information, and it could cause, if it's used, it could cause a procedural due process issue, which is totally unnecessary. The first 2 paragraphs in the tables completely respond to the legitimate request of the commission to kind of flesh out the record. I would notice one other thing before we make this a final document. The word utilized in the bench request has been misspelled, so I'm sure that was inadvertent.
That's why an English teacher, AP English teacher in high school said, I hate when you use utilized, just use used. I'm kidding. But he did say that.
There are all sorts of...
That was, bless his heart, Doc. It was Robert Lupton back in high school said that. Don't use utilized. And every time I use utilized, which sometimes I do, I think of Mr. Lupton. Anyway, okay. Moving right along. I suggest, Mr. Gould, that you brief that if that does come up in the recommended decision.
We will do that. Just wanted to raise it.
And again, I think that the hearing examiners are hopefully sophisticated enough to vet these issues carefully and to steer clear of problems that might arise. But if if you help us in briefing on that, just a point that note that, then we'll be fine. So with those qualifications and with Mr. Gould's, again, helpful objection noted, Commission Exhibit 7 is admitted.
And I want to get ahead of the game. If you request staff to supplement Ms. Ramey's testimony with something from her staff's cost of service, we have no objection to that. Just to clear that out of the way.
Thank you.
In the event you want to do that.
Well, if we do, as you know, Mr. Gould, because you're always a stickler for this, like I'm a stickler. I say that in the best way. I don't think you were around when I was. You may not have been earlier. We were.
No, I listened.
Okay. Well, anyway, we would give an opportunity to respond to the bench request, and obviously, in the rule is the opportunity to request cross-examination. I don't usually put that in my bench request orders, but I'm aware painfully that it's in the rule. and that the parties have the right to request cross-examination. And that's a risk I took, a big risk I took in 07319-UT with the post-hearing bench request. Happily and luckily, nobody requested cross-examination because hopefully it was a very carefully crafted bench request on, of all things, return on equity. So being aware of all those things, I do see one hand raised, and that's Ms. Terwilliger's.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, hearing examiner, I kind of, in my head, thought you were going to do two separate confidential panels, one for more revenue requirement based on the witnesses you were choosing, and maybe one for rate design. And I guess to the extent that post-decisional, you want the rates calculated, we need to add 2 more people. I don't think Mr. Andrews wants to be in charge of just running the cost model and the rate design model. We don't have, Mr. Sanders cannot run the cost model or the rate design model. We would need Mr. Casas and Dr. Pitts to do that if you want the rates to be calculated as part of your confidential panel. So.
Well, we'll take that under advisement, but you are suggesting Dr. Pitts
and Mr. Casas, who runs the cost model.
Yeah, so we get a full, just like the rate case, right? We get the full contingent.
Yes, that's, I guess that's the, I know in the 15 case with hearing examiner Glick, that the cost allocation witness and Mr. Aguirre, who is the rate design witness, were both part of her confidential panel. So to the extent that you want that, the rates put out, you need to add those folks to your.
Well, this will be the biggest panel if we do. This will be the biggest panel that I've had. And hearing examiner Glick in the El Paso Electric case didn't have quite as many folks too. And I think I had, going back to that SPS rate case, 07319, that had fewer folks on it as well. I'm not opposed to it. Hearing examiner Ryan, thoughts?
None. I mean, I understand the point.
I want this, whatever recommended decision we issue, to be as accurate as possible. And so it's very likely that you'll see in the order that we've already added Dr. Pitts, but that we have designated Kyle Sanders, Dr. Heidi Pitts, Abraham Casas, Larry Morris, Mark Garrett, Dr. Doug Gigax, Brian Andrews, and Gabriella Dashino. So thank you for doing that, raising that issue, Ms. Terwilliger, and bringing that to our attention. And again, that's a separate order that we'll issue in writing. Now for briefing, hearing examiner Ryan, you want to take this one? I do have my my conditions on briefing that briefs should be filed on or before a certain date, and briefs shall include analyses of all contested issues of interest to the respective parties, stating in the process each party's position on each issue to the extent the party has taken and asserted a position, of course. And that also includes, as I indicated earlier in the day, a statement of the party's positions on issues that once were contested, but during the hearing process or before became uncontested for one reason or another. Examiner Ryan, we've communicated, but I don't have the dates that you may be suggesting for briefs in chief and response briefs.
Yeah, and I just would add to clarify the point you made there, the goal of having the statement of the issues, there's so much and not much time. It behooves everyone to just focus on what is actually disputed and all the other stuff to identify as we have a result on this, whatever that may be. So by my math, what has to happen is initial briefs on October 18th. Response briefs, October 31st. And if that happens, then in all likelihood, Mr. Maderos and I will have to issue an RD by November 14th in order to have, we can't commit to the, basically, if you want to leave the commission a certain amount of time for them to review the recommended decision with exceptions period, that's where you end up. I'm not specifying that that's going to happen. I'm just telling you that that was what that was predicated upon.
Right, so I think hearings, given the parameters and what we're facing going forward with trying to issue a decision in mid-November, I'm not going to commit myself to November 14th, but mid-November. Hearing examiner Ryan has just set what I think is a generous briefing schedule. So briefs in chief shall be filed on or before October 18, 2023. As I indicated before, briefs in chief shall include analyses of all contested issues of interest to the respective parties and shall state the position on each issue, contested and uncontested. Response briefs, if any, may be filed on or before October 31, 2023. Mr. Ovidris?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Very common to larger proceedings, and particularly where we have a series or number of days of transcripts. We have often had a variance where we supply our proposed corrections at the same time that we submit our opening briefs. May we have that deadline?
You may have that deadline for proposed corrections of October 18, 2023. Is that the deadline you wanted or were requesting?
Yes, sir.
Proposed corrections, please. And you know that we look at those too and review those, and we appreciate that. So any proposed corrections to the transcripts of the proceedings shall be filed on or before October 18, 2023. Mr. Herman?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. And this might be a little premature, but are we also looking at a potential order shortening the deadline for exceptions to the RD? Or is that going to be determined by the Commission Council?
That's determined by the Commission Council in consultation with the hearing examiners. The hearing examiners will be issuing an order shortening the deadline for exceptions potentially, but we only do that, trust me, in consultation with the Office of General Counsel and the Commission. Both the Office of General Counsel and the Commission. Mr. Albright.
Yes, sir. A question with regard to the rate design, assuming that there may be some adjustment, either minor or major, with regard to the overall revenue requirement that's going to require the rate design. I assume that's what the part of what the advisory group is going to provide, but I don't see in the schedule if there are issues or concerns about what that ends up being as to, would that be filed as part of the exceptions to the RD, or would there be an opportunity to respond to that prior to the issuance of the RD?
I'm trying to get on real time what you said because I couldn't follow it entirely.
Yeah, and I might not have articulated it as well as I should have, but usually if there's any adjustment with regard to the overall revenue requirement, then as we heard during testimony, they would go back and rerun the allocation across the classes and so forth with regard to.
Well, in my experience in rate cases, that's a post-decisional consultation between the hearing examiners and what is their final recommended decision with the technical advisors. the parties then, it's their responsibility and exceptions to point out to the commission any problems or errors.
That answers the question, and we could address
Is
those
that-
in the exceptions. So thank you,
It
sir.
does that, but I have to ask hearing examiner Ryan, does that comport with your understanding?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay. Any other hands? Any other questions? No, I'm surprised. Hearing examiner Ryan, any parting remarks?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your diligent work throughout the proceeding. Mr. Lee has remarked to me each morning when he and I are the first people on the Zoom that this is one of the most challenging cases he's taken for the commission, and I'm not surprised at all to hear him say that. The amount of acronyms, abbreviations, people talking over each other. It's an impressive feat, sir. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Lee, as one who talked over a lot of people, I do apologize, and what you do is nothing less than miraculous. I do not know how you can do it.
And I didn't want to have to make you type that, but I wanted to make sure it got in the official record.
Well, I echo hearing examiner Ryan's sentiments. He knows more than anyone how much we value Mr. Lee and are blessed to have him as the commission's main court reporter, at least for sure the hearing examiner court reporter. And I personally, sir, cannot thank you enough for all that you do, and you do amazingly, because as I pointed out in real time during the hearing, in reviewing real time, that even gets the punctuation right that the witnesses don't state. That's how adept and skillful Mr. Lee is. So we couldn't do this without you. And sir, you're my security blanket.
Is there something else I can help with?
No, Siri, there's nothing else you can help with. No, Siri, I don't think, did you all hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was getting a little too drippy, but it's from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Lee. So I see Commissioner Ellison is on. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any parting words?
I just wanted to express my appreciation for Mr. Lee's work and for your work, Mr. Medeiros and Mr. Ryan. It's really been a marathon process, and you've been on top of it the whole time. So I very much appreciate your work, and I appreciate the diligence and professionalism of all the parties involved.
Yes, thank you. Well spoken, sir. Thank you. All right, as I do this, and this is because I learned this at the National Judicial College, so bear with me. Are there any other matters or questions to address before closing this hearing? P&M.
No, Your Honor.
Bernalillo County.
No, sir.
New Mexico area.
None, but I'd like to thank the hearing examiners for your patience and also for the generous briefing schedule.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you, because I erred early on in the hearing and I gravely regretted that error. And I thank you for that, sir.
Water under the bridge and no problem.
It wasn't personal, sir.
We totally understand. I mean, I got to the point where I could barely sit still. I was so anxious during all this hearing.
Well, that
I
means
mean,
a lot,
it's just, you know how it is at pancakes.
Yeah, and that means stacking.
That's stacking, exactly. Plus, I get to go to sleep tonight and not dream about this stuff. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Albuquerque, Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. Anything?
No, nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Walmart? Is anybody on from Walmart? Kroger? Anybody on from Kroger? The Attorney General? I
No,
see Mr.
nothing,
Elliott.
nothing. Thank you very much for the hearing.
Thank you, sir. CCAE?
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just want to thank Mr. Lee and the other parties and council and the hearing examiners for a well-conducted hearing.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. CCSA? Mr. Yar or anybody? Sierra Club, Mr. Marks? No? New Energy Economy?
No, thank you, but I just want to thank you and congratulate everybody for a real hard effort.
Well said, Mr. Nazi. Thank you. Western Resource Advocates?
All I would like to add, Mr. Hearing Examiners, is that I hope that the commission gets adequate and acceptable accommodations for in-person hearings before I retire. But have a good weekend.
That was well said too. I hope that happens before I retire as well. Thank you. And did I miss anybody? Oh, staff.
I'm not nearly as articulate as Ms. Beatles, but so I'll just keep my mouth shut and enjoy my weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Appreciate staff's really hard work in this case and your diligent efforts as always. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the hearing that we had a little bit of a shock because we learned that Mr. Albright's retiring and he's probably there in Rehoboth, Delaware. And I just wanted to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to have Mr. Albright probably spanning the entirety of my 20 some odd year career here at the commission. So it's a deep loss that we're losing Mr. Albright, but I'm wishing you the best in the next phase of your life with taking care of your loved ones. But you will be sorely missed here at the commission, Mr. Albright. But best wishes in retirement to you, sir.
Well, thank you for the kind words. It's, has been a great second career. I've been fortunate to be surrounded by professional colleagues on any side of the issues or on both sides of the issues who conduct themselves professionally and have been very gracious with their time and effort that they've spent training me as I embarked on a second career after my 20 years in the Navy.
Well, you are, I should say, before I forget, that you are one of those rare folks that have had at least 2 distinguished careers, and you have, and you should be applauded and recognized for that. And I'm acknowledging that now, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And I'd also like to say, having been graced with being surrounded by great staff, both with the law firms that I've been with and out on my own, as well as the staff of the PRC who has been responsive to requests, whether it's been telecom or water or ambulance service or anything else. Really blessed and fortunate to have to be surrounded by great people at all levels, and been very fortunate and to have great clients and a lot of the work with the county who is concerned about their citizens and their responsibilities to everybody as well. So I thank Mr. Lee and everybody that's on the screen and everybody who's off the screen who have made differences in my life for the past 20 plus years, and members of the Greater Bar Association as well. So been very fortunate to have 2 very enjoyable and challenging careers. So thank you very much, and to all of the hearing examiners and the commissioners over time as well, who've been responsive to our requests and our positions over time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. I hate goodbyes, so consider this a so long and hope to see you down the road.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I am in Albuquerque, by the way, right now.
Oh,
First week was in Rehoboth Beach. Second week here was in Albuquerque.
Well, then that all the more likelihood that hopefully we'll see you down the road, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I miss anybody in that list that I was taught to read so that we make sure that all loose ends are tied up at the end of a major hearing? No, very well then, with no other matters to address at this juncture in the proceedings, this hearing is concluded. The evidentiary record is closed unless opened by the commission again, and this matter is taken under advisement. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This
Thank
hearing
you.
is concluded.